My name's Jeremy Wade. For 25 years I've chased dangerous fish up some of the wildest rivers on the planet, tracking down the facts that lie behind legends. I'm fascinated by the real-life monsters that sometimes eat us and which feed our nightmares. But as a biologist, I want to know the truth. Now I'm back on the hunt, lured by the riddle of an 8-foot flesh-eater that's said to devour humans. If I'm right, this alleged killer is born deep in the ocean, yet transforms itself into a freshwater predator. The fish I'm after has a grip like a vice, and it stands accused of terrifying attacks. Imagine a landmass cut off from the rest of the world for 80 million years. A wilderness of impenetrable forests and lakes almost twice as deep as Loch Ness. Now suppose that in the cold, dark waters of this lost world lurks a predator big enough to kill a man. This was virtually the last place on Earth to be discovered. When the Maori came here barely 800 years ago, there was one animal they revered above all others. I've always thought of New Zealand as a totally safe place to get in the water, but just recently, 2 separate reports have caught my eye and made me think again. One incident concerns a young man, Clint Haynes, who is out on a remote lake in New Zealand's South Island. According to this newspaper report, Haynes had gone out to recover a friend's boat propeller from the bottom of the lake. He knew the lake well, or at least he thought he did. At about 100 feet down, something massive suddenly swam towards him. And within seconds, there were more of them. He says up to about 80 pounds in size. In the pitch black, one of these creatures sank its jaws into one of Clint's fins and started to drag him down. Panicking, he dropped his flashlight and swam for his life. Clint's wife, Bev, remembers how this aggressive pack actually pursued him to the surface, where Clint was screaming to get out. He'd come up so fast from deep water that he collapsed with the bends. Haynes survived the attack, but was plagued by nightmares. For Ian Sutherland, another diver working in northern New Zealand, a similar encounter proved to be more violent. The creature in this case was already a local legend. Its head was reportedly a foot across. Without warning, it rammed Ian in the chest with enough force to crack one of his ribs. By all accounts, the animals that grabbed and thumped these 2 divers were supersized eels. Now, I've heard about monstrous sea-dwelling eels. Some, like this European conger, can grow to 10 feet long. And the giant moray is a seriously large animal, certainly big enough to attack humans. One well-known account here of a diver getting his thumb ripped off and eaten. But the idea that a freshwater eel could ever be huge or dangerous comes as a real surprise. New Zealand, in fact, has 3 kinds of freshwater eel. The speckled eel grows to around 6 feet long, but it's off my suspect list because it doesn't live in the lake where Haynes was attacked. At little more than 4 feet long, the short fin eel is simply too small to fit the bill. The most likely perpetrator is the longfin, an eel that's unique to New Zealand and which is known to grow to at least 6 feet. Modern records have this snake-like fish growing to around 55 pounds, but there are older anecdotal reports of much larger specimens. In the 19th century, the naturalist Thomas Potts mentions a 90-pounder landed from a place called Stonyhurst. And there's even a story of a 130-pound eel taken from a deep lake in New Zealand's South Island. Such an eel, if it ever existed, must have looked like an underwater python. These accounts are certainly intriguing, but buried in the archives of London's Maritime Museum is an even more tantalising description of a creature that's not only a monster, but also a man-eater. Some 240 years ago, British explorer James Cook painstakingly mapped the coastline of New Zealand. As he did so, he gathered information from the Maori inhabitants about native wildlife. And in one of his many journals, he alludes very specifically to a man-eating monster. Following a conversation with a local chief, Cook writes, and I quote, "We had another piece of information, importing that there are here snakes and lizards of an enormous size, 8 feet long and equal to a man's body in circumference. They sometimes seize and devour men." According to Cook, the chief actually drew a picture of one of these creatures to show what he meant. But the obvious conclusion that this beast must be a python or possibly some kind of huge lizard simply can't be right. What makes this account so intriguing and also so problematic is that there are no snakes or any large reptiles in New Zealand, and there never have been. As I head for New Zealand, my prime suspect for Captain Cook's devourer of men is not a snake, but a fish that looks like a snake. It's a theory that seems more plausible when you consider Maori folklore. Maori legends are full of tales about predatory beasts called taniwha. Now, these potentially very dangerous creatures are quite slippery customers, and sometimes they take the form of a giant eel. I'm starting my search for a giant longfin at a place called Mangawhitakau, near Waitomo, on New Zealand's North Island. Supposedly, there are eels that have lived in this cave for at least 30 years and have never seen daylight. More disconcertingly, the Maori name for this underworld means bad place to cross the river. Eels are at the heart of Maori culture. Legend has it that they all sprang from a single huge ancestor. The story goes that there was a drought up in heaven and a giant eel was sent down to earth to try and find water for the gods. But while it was here, it tried to seduce the wife of Maui, who was the most powerful of the Maori gods. And enraged, Maui fought with the giant eel and hacked it in two, and the severed head gave rise to all the seawater eels, and the tail, so the story goes, gave rise to all the freshwater eels. Even with a flashlight and a headlamp, I'm straining to see more than a few feet. I've no idea what might be lurking here, but to tempt something out of the shadows, I decide to dip a piece of meat into the water. Straight away, an eel emerges. This one isn't huge, but it is surprisingly bold. Despite living in pitch black, it has absolutely no fear of the light, or of me. It's on a single-minded search for flesh. Yet this carnivorous instinct doesn't, on its own, make the longfin a killer. I want to find out if they can get big enough and aggressive enough to be seriously dangerous to people. Could they ever be, in the words of Cook, devourers of men? To get a proper look at what makes the longfin eel New Zealand's top freshwater predator, I first have to catch one. When it comes to bait, anything goes. Fresh roadkill could be worth a try. Eels tend to be more active at night, relying on smell rather than sight to find food. I use a concoction of guts and offal to draw them in. Eels have a phenomenal ability to sense blood. My two rods are each equipped with an electronic alarm, primed to go off if something makes a grab for the bait. I don't have to wait long. If there's flesh on offer, it seems these animals are into it like starved piranhas. Even with a small one, I have to take special care, because these fish have poisonous blood. The serum contains a neurotoxin that can kill dogs. And just a splash into my eye or a cut as I try to unhook it could land me in serious trouble. Doesn't feel like a normal fish at all. Very, very smooth skin. They do actually have scales, but they're embedded under a layer of skin. Not very big eyes. They don't really use their eyes to hunt, but they do use smell. And you can see what looks like a pair of horns on the front of the head there. In fact, these structures are tubes that funnel water into enlarged nasal chambers. The eel's sense of smell is even more sensitive than that of a great white shark. Having zeroed in, an eel grabs its prey with powerful jaws that bristle with hundreds of teeth. Well, you can see why people consider these to be very similar to snakes, even though they are technically fish. There are plenty of eels here, but nothing over 3 feet long. Leaving legends aside, I wonder if science can shed any light on the question of size. Just how big, in theory, could this animal grow? Inside the skull of a dead eel may seem like a strange place to look for an answer. But Dr. Don Jellyman is the world authority in these animals, and he knows exactly what he's after.
So this is the brain, the spinal cord, and this little otolith sits in a small sac just in the back here, and it's part of the balancing system. So that's what we're after, Jeremy. That little bone there holds the key to a lot of the life history of the eel, its age, its growth rate.
Once magnified, this tiny ear bone reveals the growth history of the fish. So is that the same sort of principle as counting the rings on a tree, something like that?
It is.
Yeah.
No, it's exactly the same.
A 2 to 3 foot eel can be 30 years old. But amazingly, this is just a youngster. What's the oldest they might be, do you think? Any conjectures?
Well, the oldest that I've aged is 105 years old. And from that lake, the average age at which the females migrated was 93 years. It's extraordinary, isn't it?
One thing I've been thinking about is this mention in Captain Cook's journals about he was told about something that was snake-like and 8 feet long. Would one of these be capable of growing to 8 feet, do you think, in ideal conditions?
Yes, it's quite likely in the wild that they would have grown to a very, very large size like that.
Wow, so
I wouldn't dismiss that.
So that could be a reliable report. And at that length, how much is that going to weigh, roughly?
Yeah, well over 100 pounds at that stage.
Right.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Yes, that's a big fish.
Yeah?
It's a seriously big fish.
So that Captain Cook report, it could have been one of these?
It could well have been. It might be of interest just to have a look inside it. So we'll just do a run up through here. So, oh, there is something in here.
That's the stomach, is it?
That's the stomach
that's
there.
Quite full, isn't it?
Let's take a peek. I'm rather interested to know what this has got in it.
With toxic blood oozing out of the eel's body, I'm careful to wash my hands. Is that another eel?
It's another eel, yes.
Cool.
It's well digested.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they can be quite cannibalistic. They're just well adapted to taking those opportunities as they arise. If there's tucker there, they're into it. Yeah.
My photo fit of Captain Cook's monster is starting to take shape. It's a fish with real nerve, guided by the nose of a bloodhound and armed with hundreds of close-packed teeth. It can live for more than a century and potentially at least grow to 8 feet long. It also happens to have toxic blood and a taste for its own kind. But is it truly dangerous? To find out, I've booked myself onto a popular radio chat show.
Radio Southland's 96.4 FM. I'm Matt Rutherford, talking with well-known angler Jeremy Wade, who's really interested in hearing your stories about long-fin eels. So give us a call on 21888964.
I'm looking for evidence of aggression, and the lines are soon buzzing.
And an eel came and latched onto the deer carcass, and we had a wrestling match for that.
Trying to measure her, she latched onto my finger. When I looked down, quite a surprise, quite a large black eel.
It would have to have been, 2 metres and as round as a man's
The
thigh.
end of my finger ended being stripped back to the bone.
There are some monsters, there's no question of that.
I was prepared for tales of ducklings swallowed whole, but it seems that some eels strike at much larger prey.
Yeah, I took my dog Sam down to the river and we were playing with a ball. I was throwing it and he was bringing it back to me. And I threw it this one time and I heard him go in for it. I could hear something going on, but I couldn't see him. He just disappeared under the water.
I'm still taking note when a man calls in to tell me about some sheep that were eaten alive.
What was happening, the sheep were falling into the river and turning around and trying to get back out again. But before they could get out, these eels were attacking them from behind and going in the back passage of the sheep. Until they were pulling the intestines out and going right inside the animal and getting right up to the liver and that before it actually ceased to live.
Then, to top it all, the story of a man who went skinny dipping.
This rather large eel come up and grabbed them in a very peculiar sort of a place.
Right, I think I'll get your address there, possibly. Yeah.
Yes, and it ended up putting him in hospital.
So this chap who was hospitalised, how can I put this delicately, was he missing anything when he got out of hospital, or was he just
I
patched
think he was
up?
all right when he got out of hospital, but he might have been cross-eyed for a while. So.
Okay.
My respect for these longfins is growing by the minute, so I'll definitely take care when I'm out there trying to get my own hands-on experience.
And mate, beware. Just be careful. Eel wrestling is not a good sport for tourists.
Okay, thanks for the warning.
Stick to bungee jumping.
Going on the radio has really helped me to tap into local knowledge and very quickly get an accurate sense of what this predator is capable of. But since coming here, I've also tracked down an old newspaper report that describes a terrifying assault on a young girl This appears to be a very clear example of an eel deliberately trying to kill a human. In 1971, 8-year-old Carol Davis wandered into a stream on her father's property. For several days previously, large eels had been attacking Mr. Davis's ducks. Then, for reasons that aren't clear, one of them decided to have a go at Carol. The idea that an eel could drag a girl into deep water is entirely possible. This is a fish that can actually swim backwards with real power. Carol's horror story has really concentrated my mind. Not only was she attacked in shallow water, her ordeal also happened in broad daylight. It makes me wonder what would happen to me under similar conditions. It's not just dark underground caves where you find eels lurking. I'm in a wildlife park where I know there are half a dozen big longfins. I'm not yet ready to try this out in the wild, where if things went wrong, I'd be miles from any help. Nonetheless, there's no such thing as a tame eel, and I've already heard enough to put me on edge. Their mouths are lined with hundreds of backward-pointing teeth, and the ones in here are certainly big enough to grab an ankle or a hand. I'm treading in sort of roots here. The trouble is they're going to be lurking right in there. I don't want to get my toes nipped. After a couple of nervy encounters, I decide to push my luck. I've actually got one right here. There we go. Whoa! Short and dramatic. It's my first real contact with one of these big longfin eels. Clearly, well-fed eels like these just aren't aggressive. But I'm not fooling myself, they'll be so placid in the wild. Finding the big one is like looking for a needle in a haystack. But I've come here during the annual eel migration, when thousands of breeding adults are heading downriver. Like all freshwater eels, these ancient fish begin and end their lives at sea, and this is where I'm hoping to intercept them. At Lake Ellesmere, in New Zealand's South Island, the eels run into a dead end. To reach the ocean, they have to leave the lake and crawl over a narrow spit of land. In the fading light, eel fishermen Graham and George are also waiting for the approaching swarm. They've cut a shallow trench at the end of the lake, just a few hundred yards from the sea. As the eels search for a way through, they'll run into this blind alley. It's a time-honoured strategy used by the Maori, and it seems to work. Before long, a writhing mass of eels is piling up under our feet. There's no danger here. The only thing on the minds of these eels is reaching salt water. Most of our catch is destined for the smoke rack or the cooking pot. But a different fate awaits any large eels.
Slippery customers. Very sizable one here. That one's actually too big to get one hand around. How'd you grab one of those?
Probably be too big to grab.
Right. So that's a big old longfin, isn't it?
That certainly is.
That's a good 4 foot long, that, isn't it?
20 pound. They got about 6 million eggs.
Right.
Yeah, in each one.
What we're going to do with this one is put it in the sack, and this one's actually going to go into the sea to complete its journey.
The fishermen tell me there were once countless thousands of eels pouring out of the rivers, some of them over 6 feet long. Nothing of this size has turned up in recent years, yet the more I get to know these fish, the more they impress me. Loaded with several million eggs, each of these females is about to embark on an epic 6-month voyage into the Pacific.
I reckon she can smell the sea, just yards to go.
The eels must now journey more than 3,000 miles to reach their spawning ground. Its precise location and how they manage to find it are still unanswered questions.
From here on, it's a creature of mystery.
According to the World Authority on these animals, an 8-foot-long monster is a real possibility. So when I hear about an aquarium with a 7-foot eel, I'm eager to take a look for myself.
I'm normally quite confident getting in with fish, but there is something a little bit spooky about these characters, and they're actually nudging me already.
I want to catch and measure the biggest eel I can find in this tank.
Maybe the thing about black neoprene, I don't know, maybe they think I'm a funny kind of eel. I think I feel slightly more comfortable with something covering my feet. Just putting my fins on, not because I need them for propulsion, but some of these fish are showing an unhealthy interest in my toes.
I swim down to take a look around, but the tank is full of dark hidey holes, and there must be at least 30 sizable eels down here. I aim for the largest one I can see. Like other captive eels that are fed regularly, this one is remarkably unaggressive.
Right. I'll just get the scales, get the weight first. Okay. I make that 37.5. Oh, it's suddenly waking up.
This is the heaviest longfin I've encountered so far, but how does it measure up?
It's a 5 foot tape measure, and that's pretty well exactly 5 foot. I might just do the girth quickly as well, if I can get this underneath without disturbing it too much. And that's nearly an 18-inch girth, which is about the size of my thigh, something like that, or not far short. Right. That's not actually the biggest one down there. I reckon there's bigger ones hiding in the holes around the sides and even in this structure in the middle. Even in a small tank like this, the biggest fish is something of a mystery. So in terms of in the wild, you know, who knows what's out there.
In New Zealand's South Island, I leave the beaten track and push into the mountains. Some of the biggest eels mentioned in historical records were caught from deep lakes in the interior, and this is where I'm focusing my search for a monster. On Lake Manapuri, in what feels like the middle of nowhere, I first join Evan Brunton, a man who tracks and catches eels for a living. There are parts of this lake that plunge to more than 1/4 of a mile deep, room enough for a monster to hide in, even today.
So we've actually got over 1,500 feet in the middle. I mean, that's way deeper than Loch Ness.
1,500 feet's nothing for an eel.
Yeah.
The other night we were tracking eels 2 o'clock in the morning, and one eel was travelling right on the surface, and the other eel was travelling at 150 metres, which is 600 feet. An eel could quite happily live at the bottom of this lake.
And do you think there are still big ones around?
Yes, there is a few big ones from time to time. They just seem to turn up out of the blue.
Evan calculates that some of the eels in this lake are over 80 years old.
When you think about it, some of these eels were 20 years old at the outbreak of the Second World War.
Have you heard any stories of aggressive or dangerous eels in your time?
Oh yes. A couple of people went missing in the hidden lakes of Tiana, supposedly taken by monstrous eels. You've only got to see the strength in them when they bite. It'd be very, very hard for some people to actually get up again, especially if there's more than one of them. People can fall over and knock themselves out, can't they?
At a secluded bay, we pull over to see if anything large has turned up in Evan's nets. Even here, the chances of finding a giant eel are slim. But the 16-pounder that Evan hauls out is still an impressive animal.
So powerful. You can imagine that at 30 pound, could drag someone away. So there's some eels up in the Waikato that have been up to 100 pound.
And they've been caught and reliably weighed?
Yes, they have.
Oh, gosh.
Evan's accounts of monstrous 100-pound eels have got me itching to fish. But first, there's a niggling question at the back of my mind. I can well believe that a massive eel could seize someone and drag them under. But with teeth designed to grip rather than cut, I'm sceptical about whether it could actually dismember and devour a person. If Captain Cook's man-eater really is a huge longfin, then this animal must have some other way to rip you apart. To see how, I'm laying on a buffet. A hunter has provided me with a deer carcass, and I've brought along a high-tech box of tricks. Underwater cameras placed around the bait will give me separate views of the tail, throat and stomach. If any eels show up to feed, I'll be able to see how they deal with something that's too large to swallow whole.
The eels I've seen got very powerful bodies and a very strong grip, but how one of these animals, even if it was the 8-foot size mentioned in Captain Cook's journal, how that could devour a person is still not immediately obvious. With my surveillance cameras switched on, I retreat to a makeshift control room.
The stage is set. All I can do now is sit and wait. For nearly 2 hours, nothing shows up. If eels are sensitive to electricity, then it could be that my cameras are spooking them. Or perhaps they're just biding their time until dark. Suddenly, they appear out of nowhere, and like a pack of wolves, they start to attack the carcass. Straining to see in the pitch black, I catch my first glimpse of how these predators could rip you to shreds.
Here we go. It's getting in there. Yep, it's latching on. It's actually spinning. It's spinning around.
These eels are feeding like crocodiles, gripping the victim firmly, then spinning violently to twist off chunks of flesh.
It actually reminds me of this story that I've heard. It's one of those stories that I haven't been able to pin down where it happened to, but a few people have told me this, and it's somebody who was driving, supposedly had a few to drink.
It's said that the man swerved out of control and crashed into a lake. Unconscious and bleeding, he would have been, quite literally, a sitting target for marauding eels. I've now seen with my own eyes how a pack of longfins could make a real mess of someone, given half a chance. I've also tracked down credible stories of massive eels living in New Zealand's remote backwaters. Yet just when I'm ready to try and catch one of these slippery monsters, I run into an unexpected problem. In wilderness areas like this, fishing for eels with hooks is now strictly forbidden. I've no choice but to give up my usual methods and start from scratch. Eel fisherman Vic Thompson is my teacher.
I'm going to make a bob for you. Simply you find a bit of steak like that, or a bit of any red meat, cut it into a slim slice. And I've got a bit of mackerel fish here, which adds a bit of flavour.
Yep.
You have a bit of wool, just ordinary darning wool needle, thread through like that to start with, pull it right through, and then you just wind this around like that.
Yep.
After you've done the first layer like that, you've got to put a loop on here to attach it to your line.
The theory is simple. When the eel bites, its teeth get tangled in the wool. I must then drag it ashore before it shakes itself free.
So there you've got your loop on your bob. Good bite size for an eel.
So I guess the angler doesn't have the hook. The eel actually has the hook in this situation, doesn't it? The eel has lots of hooks in its mouth, so they hook onto the wool. Very low tech, but very effective by the sound of it.
Very effective.
It all sounds straightforward, but as I head for a deserted spot on a deep water lake, I'm not so sure. The method I've just learnt is a traditional Maori technique known as toi, or bobbing. One clear benefit, at least, is that with no hooks involved, there's little danger of spilling the eel's toxic blood. Assuming I can catch one. Having cast my very first hookless bait, I wait for a bite. If anywhere has super-sized eels still prowling the depths, it has to be a place like this. Without a hook, though, I'm in virgin territory. It feels like I've been disarmed.
It's still in the mouth, it's still in its mouth. Look at that, just came out. Oh. Come here. There we go. My first fish on a bob. The technique actually works, and it works for two reasons. A bit of role reversal here. Normally it's me providing the hook. This eel has got hundreds of little hooks in its mouth in the form of teeth, and that's why it catches onto that bob. It sort of hooks in, but the other thing is it's a predator, and so it thinks that bait is getting away, so it hangs on, and then if I'm quick about it, it's up on the bank before it actually knows what's going on. Okay. Oh, it's all right, I'm putting you back. No need to struggle, I'm actually putting you back. Lovely, I've just caught a fish without using a hook. It absolutely works.
Spurred on by my success, I push further into even wilder backwaters, to places where few people ever fish. The eels here are as bold and as willing to strike as any I've seen. And with my bobbing skills improving fast, I'm soon dragging them out at up to 4 feet long. But I'm looking for a beast twice this size, and time is running out. If the animal described by Captain Cook really was an eel, then seemingly the big ones are very rare, or even, perhaps, a thing of the past. So far, the monster I've come in search of has eluded me. But I still have some unfinished business with the longfin eel that may yet help me solve the mystery.
Just in my short time here, I've been hearing a lot about their aggression. I'm in no doubt that I'm dealing with a very powerful and large animal. There were those sheep dragged into the water and eaten alive, and that was actually from somebody who saw that happening. As for humans, we have a swimmer who was swimming without clothes, who had his private parts mauled, and then there was the diver having his ribs actually cracked. And then finally that newspaper report of a girl being dragged into the water. But I have to admit there is still a grain of doubt in my mind. To be totally convinced, I need to see the proof for myself. And there's only one way that I can do that.
My destination is a remote river in the heart of a primeval wilderness. I want to find out if wild longfin eels, large or small, are willing to attack a healthy adult human. I've already been in the water with these animals, in a zoo. This time, it's going to be very different. The place I've chosen is swarming with eels, and because they're wild, they'll be hungry. The question is, will they be bold enough to have a crack at me? To draw them in, I first soak my clothes with fish guts. Put simply, I'm turning myself into human bait.
I feel my heart starting to pound. I've done some crazy things in my time. getting into a pool with piranhas, going into murky water after snakeheads, but this has to be one of the scariest things I've done.
For protection, I'm wearing chainmail gloves and a thick wetsuit, and I'll be sticking close to the bank. Within minutes, eels start to emerge from their hiding holes.
That is just so snake-like, coming out of the water with its mouth like that. I'm hoping they're going for my hands, but they seem to be interested in other parts of my clothing at the moment, which is a bit disconcerting. And even if I move my legs, I move my hands, it's not really sending them away at all. They're coming right in close. The thing about these fish, these are not fish that people feed, these are wild fish, so they are hungry. They're bumping my legs, they're tugging at my shirt, and they're coming in on my fingers as well. I'm actually wearing gloves, these are Kevlar gloves, and I wouldn't be too happy doing it without those. No, I do want to hold my ground. I mean, I've come this far, I don't want to get out too quickly.
It's broad daylight, and from their point of view, I'm a big animal. But they're totally unfazed.
Get out! Ow! I think I need Kevlar underpants as well. Most fish would not do this at all, even piranhas. Ow! That was inside of the thigh, inside of the thigh. What I don't want is for them to draw blood. If they draw blood, that could really get them going. That is one aggressive fish. Ah! Look at that! 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 Ah! I think it's time for me to get out. Get out! Get out!
I came here wondering if the monster described so long ago by Captain Cook was, in fact, a giant eel. Short of seeing an 8-footer, I can't be sure. Yet it's clear to me that without protective clothing, these eels would have ripped into my flesh and tried to eat me alive. And with this animal, it isn't just about size. Slip and fall over in some lonely river, and it's the hungry pack that could seal your fate. Papua New Guinea, a land renowned for cannibalism, macabre rituals, headhunters, and bitter tribal conflict. But now, something new is ripping through the heart of this island. A creature that is tearing chunks from unsuspecting fishermen, devouring certain body parts. My name is Jeremy Wade, biologist and extreme fisherman.
Fish on!
I've spent my life searching for freshwater monsters.
Ah, those teeth!
I'm heading to Papua New Guinea to find out what has acquired the taste for one particular part of the human body. Details about the attacks are unclear. All I have to go on are a few sketchy reports from newspapers and the internet. The incidents first surfaced in the Australian press, which reported 2 separate but very similar fatal attacks in the Sepik River in the remote northern region of Papua New Guinea. Patrick Moe had just returned from a long day on the water. He was bathing in the river margins right in front of his house when it struck. He was hit by a powerful lone hunter, a fast swimmer with jaws like a vice that ripped and tore his flesh. Moe had a certain body part bitten off. as a result of which he bled to death. The second attack was eerily similar. Francis Sambin went to the river to wash dishes and cool off, something he had done countless times before. But this time it was to be very different. This time he would not be going home. I've tracked freshwater killers all over the world, but this is my first visit to Papua New Guinea, which lies north of Australia, where the Coral Sea meets the South Pacific. It is one of the most dramatic and untouched islands anywhere on Earth. Despite more than 50,000 years of human habitation, this landscape has changed little since prehistoric times. Much remains unexplored. New species are regularly discovered. So is the river killer a new arrival, or has it been hiding away for centuries? It is only now that I begin to realize the sheer size of this island and the remoteness of the area where I'm heading.
There's just an awful lot of forest out there. I'm used to flying over forest in the Amazon, but this is very different. While the Amazon tends to be very flat, most of it, here we're talking serious mountains and just completely cloaked in greenery. And the other thing is, in the Amazon, if you look carefully, you can see buildings down there. You can see tin roofs occasionally glinting back at you and clearings in the trees. But here, just none of that at all. It appears to be completely uninhabited down there.
These steep-sided mountains and impenetrable forests led to isolation and diversity among its plants and animals, and suspicion and bitter tribal conflict between its people. Tribal fighting still exists in the less accessible mountain regions. But right now, it is the water level that concerns me.
We're now approaching the floodplain of the Sepik River, and there's a lot of water there. I mean, this is supposed to be now into the dry season, but I'm still seeing lots of water, not just confined in the banks of the river, but spreading throughout the landscape. And the fish and everything else in the water are going to be very spread out, and it's going to make my job pretty difficult.
Rising in the central mountains, the Sepik River snakes for over 700 miles through impenetrable forest. This is one of the last great unexplored rivers. It is to Papua New Guinea what the Congo is to Africa and the Amazon is to South America. After 4 flights, 48 hours and 9,000 miles, I arrive in Ambunti, in the remote northwest corner of the country. I've never been here before, so I'm not too sure what I'm getting into. There's no roads here, so I think the stuff's coming out of the plane now, and then it's onto the water. My base for the next 2 weeks is a village deep in the heart of the forest. These tribes are cut off from the outside world. The only way in or out is along this river. Little has changed here for centuries. Their culture is rich in superstition, myths, and mystery. And they are notoriously wary of outsiders. I'm met by one of the elders. I sent word of my intended visit many months ago. Turning up unannounced is not taken kindly. I do my best to smile and look friendly, but I'm not getting much reaction. So this spirit house?
Yes, spirit house.
This was once the site of human sacrifice and even cannibalism. Now it is the place of worship and ceremony, and where outsiders are called when they visit. But I'm not too sure how welcome I am. I've been hearing stories about something in the water attacking people. Is this something that you know anything about?
Yes.
So what is happening? There are over 700 languages in Papua New Guinea, but the trade language common to all is Pidgin. They also understand a little English. The thing about Pidgin is that there are English words that are recognisable, and in the middle of that was a phrase, a ball cutter. There's something in the water called a ball cutter. And this does agree very much with the stories that I've heard. People have been coming out of the water with injured genitals. It's interesting. The first place that I've asked, yes, we know about this. There is something dangerous in the water. So is these injuries, people being attacked, is this something that has happened here? So it sounds like this is something they've heard about here, but nobody here has actually been attacked, or at least not yet anyway. And they're saying the stories, coupled with the name of this animal, the ball cutter, it is something that they are afraid of, they're very worried about. Particularly mothers are very concerned that their children are very careful in the water. For villagers living here, avoiding the river is virtually impossible. Their lives revolve around it. Now, somewhere down there is a creature with teeth sharp enough to emasculate a man, causing him to bleed to death in minutes. Just resting up after the journey here. It's 48 hours non-stop travelling to get here. But first impression's actually not good. This is an awful lot of water. There is an annual flood here, but the water should be well on the way down. The problem is the last wet season was the most rain they've seen in about 30 years. And the problem with this is that when the water is up, it just spreads into the forest and the fish are just so spread out. It's very hard to find them. In fact, if this was the Amazon, I'd just consider it a lost cause, really. So finding the fish in all this water is going to be quite a challenge. I've investigated similar incidents before.
Fish on! Look at that! Poisson!
In Central Africa, I caught a Goliath tigerfish, a species that has attacked and killed people in the Congo River.
What we've got to worry about now is it biting its way out.
But that is 9,000 miles away, and Goliaths are not found around here. The village elders told me that none of the native fish species would be capable of inflicting such horrific injuries. But something out there is responsible for these fierce attacks, and I've no idea what it could be. I've not been here before, so I don't know what fish I'm likely to catch, but what I'll probably do, I'll probably start off light, some light line, little hook, and a small bit of bait, and try and catch some small fish. That will give me, or start to give me, a picture of what's down there. And then what I'll do, I will try and move on to fish further up the food chain that are feeding on those little fish. And to catch the predators, well, I've got a selection of artificial lures which resemble small fish, but I might also just put a bit of dead fish on my line. I've got some bigger hooks for that, and because predators are very likely to have teeth, I've got some wire along as well. So basically I've just got a bag of bits, and I'll sort of make it up as I go along, but starting with the small ones and gradually working my way up the food chain. The Sepik River does not have the same species richness that other great rivers have. This basin only became a freshwater system around 6,000 years ago, following the northward movement of the Australian continental shelf, a fall in sea level, and a build-up of sediment.
There's one catfish here I noticed. Here we go. But the others are your sort of standard issue, scaly, small scaly fish. Actually, that's interesting. That looks like a tilapia. It might even be a tilapia. That is a fish that has been moved around a lot. It's turning up in parts of the world where it never used to exist, but that would be interesting. Hey, big one. Can I hold? The usual catfishy type, sort of raspy pads in there, not really teeth as such, but that's for grasping small fish. Looking at this, the dentition on this, although it's going to be quite a frightening sight if you're a small fish, I don't think this is going to harm a person. If it gets hold of a bit of you, it might give you a bit of a rasp, but it's not really going to cut you. So it's a decent sized fish, but I think this is not the animal that's responsible for these attacks. Thank you very much.
I've not been able to find out exactly where the attacks took place, but I do know that they occurred close to a village. So that is where I begin.
Bit of coconut as bait.
The villagers have told me that the fish around here find coconut irresistible.
I'm fishing right in front of the houses. Two reasons really. Fish often come very close to where people are, simply because that's where people wash their dishes, all that kind of thing. Also shallow water. Fish, contrary to popular belief, tend to be found very often in shallows rather than in the deep. There's more light there, therefore there's more vegetation, therefore there's more food.
And in no time at all, I get a bite.
Just as it's unfamiliar, I'm just sort of keeping an eye for... No, there's no spines or anything there. There we go, that's an interesting fish. And I'll just have a little look in the mouth. Yeah, there are small teeth in there. Nothing that's going to do any damage to anybody there. Oh! Oh, that's interesting, because that shot out of my hands then. It's very slippery, and that's actually putting me in mind of a fish that lives in the Amazon, I think called a triera, which is actually quite similar to this. It is very strange. You come to an unfamiliar place, you pull out fish which look a bit like something that you recognise. There's a flash of recognition, but then when you look closely, it's not quite right. It's a bit different. So this has got teeth, but they're very small teeth. This fish isn't going to do any damage to anybody, but I don't know, if these things got significantly bigger, say 3 or 4 feet, then, you know, that might be a candidate.
I hold it in the water to make sure it is fully recovered before I release it.
Oh! That's taken line off the clutch. Strong fish. Oh! Oh! Let's have a look. Something's actually... That didn't break the line. I wasn't putting that much pressure on that. No, that has actually cut it. Something down there has cut the line. That's interesting. I was fishing very, very close to the side, and there's something down there with teeth. What's interesting, though, it actually took a bit of coconut. So you've got a vegetarian with teeth.
My first piece of evidence. And now I've received word there's an attack victim in a nearby village. Could this be the clue I need? Ramzan Tero was attacked while paddling his canoe. But his attacker wasn't a fish. It was a 20-foot crocodile.
So what happened was that Ramzan was collecting palm fronds for roofing his house. And the first thing he knows is that a crocodile has actually come from underneath.
He didn't see the body of the croc at all, but just came along and just crunched one end of the boat. The size of the crocodile's jaws were more or less the length of his arm. He said he could have actually put his arm right down its throat. That was the size of it. He climbed the tree at this point, and the crocodile then pulled the canoe away. At this point, he actually starts praying. He realizes this, this could be potentially a fatal situation. But then what happens is the crocodile realizes that the boat isn't edible, or for some reason leaves it alone, drifts off to one side, and at that point he's thinking, well, how do I get out of this? Ramsin sat it out in the tree until the croc eventually lost interest. Actually, he was able to very carefully reach the canoe with his spear, which is floating in the water. So he was able to escape on the broken boat. He was lucky. Over the years, dozens of people have been killed by crocodiles in the Sepik River. This skin came from a 20-foot monster said to have learned to flip over canoes. Sepik River crocodiles certainly have a history of killing. But are they the ball cutter I'm looking for? The elders told me they doubt the native fish species here are capable of inflicting these injuries. But something did bite through my line, so I have to keep an open mind. I head out with Alphonse Mavasanye, a fisherman and crocodile specialist, to see if somehow a crocodile could be responsible for these unusual mutilations. He has brought me to the same area where Ramsin was attacked. Alphonse is actually going to try and call this crocodile to us. The splashing mimics the sound of a large crocodile moving quickly through the water. The call, that of a young one. Both sounds should attract crocodiles to us. Ramsin described the croc that attacked him as being over 20 feet long. But they kill by ripping and spinning, tearing at flesh and devouring huge chunks at a time. So it is unlikely that a large croc would only attack the genitals. But could it be a smaller one? Or is something else lurking down there? Yeah. See the eyes just on the edge of this bit of vegetation here, about 20-30 yards in front of the boat now. Dense floating islands of vegetation. Perfect crocodile habitat. It's right in the vegetation. They can stay submerged for over an hour. You don't know they're there until they attack. Each time we spot one, it spooks and disappears. They seem very wary. But eventually, Alphonse grabs a baby one. So this one's a salty?
Yeah, it's an older one. It's about 1 year old.
1 year? So this could belong to the big one. This could be one of the children.
One of the children for the big one.
So the squeaking noise. What is the squeaking noise?
Call your mother.
Is it really?
Yeah.
So you think maybe a good idea to put back now?
Yeah. We can put it back.
I can't be certain that crocs are not responsible for the attacks, but Alphonse tells me that they're rarely seen near villages now, and both the genital attacks occurred close to the victims' houses. I think something else in this water has a taste for human flesh.
We saw one crocodile tonight, I suppose an animal about 8 or 10 foot, something like that, judging by the amount of light coming back from the eyes. But other than that, it's just been small ones, and I suppose in one sense, a bit of a relief not to come across the big one. But in another sense, I'm quite disappointed and also surprised that we haven't seen more crocodiles tonight.
Alphonse tells me that in recent years crocodile numbers are down, and it is only in the past few years that the attacks on people have occurred. Could it be that whatever is attacking the fishermen is also attacking the crocodiles? The next morning, I set up again at the edge of the village. I'm on the Sepik River, in a remote part of Papua New Guinea, 9,000 miles from home, on the trail of a creature that is attacking unsuspecting fishermen.
Blimey! Strong, strong fish.
I can hardly believe my eyes when I see what is on the end of my line.
Oh, looks like a piranha. It has got teeth, but they're not piranha teeth. Unless I'm very much mistaken, that looks like a fish that I know from the Amazon called a pacu. And the thing that gives it away is looking at the teeth. They're not cutting teeth, they are grinding teeth. I actually had my line cut a few days ago by a mystery fish here in the lakeside. And actually seeing this now, I think this is what it could be. Although they're grinding teeth, they have got quite sharp ridges on. And I think this is what it could have been.
Unlike a piranha, these teeth are not designed for slicing through flesh.
They are primarily vegetarian. They feed on things like nuts that fall in the water. So, a very interesting catch, but I don't think this is actually the fish that I'm after. What's it doing here?
The pacu is typically found on the other side of the world in South America and doesn't belong in the Sepik. Puzzled, I meet up with Alphonse again.
I just wondered if you can tell me what this fish is doing here.
We Sepik people, we were surprised to see this fish, but we asked the fisheries people, and they said they produce this fish in the river.
What, you say produce, it was put here?
Yeah, they were put here in 15 years ago.
So it's a new fish to give people something else to eat?
Yeah. Because there's no enough fish in the river, maybe this is the way they put these fishes here.
I've investigated introduced species before and know the devastating impact they can have on a river.
Absolutely stiff with fish.
In the US, silver carp escaped from a fish farm. Their numbers exploded, and they now dominate entire stretches of the Illinois River.
I actually feel the boat being buffeted as they bang into it.
The Wells catfish was moved from the cold rivers of northern Europe to the warm, rich waters of Spain, where they grew into monsters. With no natural predators and ample food, both species have run amok, upsetting the natural balance. So could something like this now be happening in the Sepik River? Word of my quest is spreading through the nearby villages. I've been told of a fisherman named Nick Sakat who was savaged by something in the river, which wasn't a crocodile.
I was walking, I was cutting the grass, then I walk out to cool my body. I was just deep of water. Then I feel something bumping onto my leg. And I was thinking, what's happening? I pulled my leg up, but it was coming again and hit my leg. It's like human beings' teeth biting onto my leg and pull my leg down to the water. Then I swim up and struggle. The pain was very big.
And then what you saw, the size of the bite, was also similar to human teeth, was
yes.
it? So it looks like a person has bitten your foot.
Yes.
What are you thinking is down in the water?
I was thinking that maybe the spirit of the water.
Whatever is down there is not only fast and ferocious, it's also powerful. The village elders told me that there were only a handful of fish species out there, none of them capable of carrying out such an attack. I head out further from the village, along smaller tributaries. There has been so little exploration out here that new species are regularly discovered. Could it be that something unknown to science is responsible for these attacks? There's something in the water here that's actually attacking people, so what I'm doing now, I'm fishing to see if there's anything predatory down there. I'm putting a lure on, and what that will do, that will flash and wobble, vibrate, and that's the kind of movement that could get a reflex grab, so something with teeth is likely to go after this. I change locations and try different lures, but the result is always the same. I'm just not getting any interest at all. If this was an Amazon lake, a lake where you didn't have lots of commercial fishing, then I'd expect maybe 4 or 5 different species. Certainly some hits, but just nothing at all. So it just points to the fact that there's not a great deal in the way of predatory fish in these waters. Having drawn a blank in the flooded forest, as evening closes in, I head back towards the village. Each of the attacks occurred close to where people live, and the creature has clearly acquired the taste for flesh. So what I need is bait that tastes just like human, and there are many people here who know just the thing. In the days when the tribespeople here were cannibalistic, they called human flesh long pig because the meat tasted so much like pork. So that is what I will use. It's obviously something that a predator would be interested in, but also with moving water here, what that will do, that will send a nice oily trail down current. So not just anything here, but if there's anything downstream, they might sniff that and move up and investigate. There it is. This looks like a pacu. This is interesting because this was on a piece of meat. So this supposedly vegetarian fish has just broken that habit. This pacu, the piranha's vegetarian relative, seems to like the taste of flesh. There we go. So much for the vegetarian pacu. If the pacu are eating pork, then they could just as easily go for human flesh. So are they now taking on the behavior of their deadly relative, the piranha? I'm thinking that maybe I might have dismissed the pacu as the possible perpetrator of these attacks too soon. In its normal habitat, the Amazon, it is a vegetarian, but it certainly has the weaponry to inflict serious damage on flesh. All it would need would be a motive. Now, if it turns out that there is not enough of its normal kind of food here, then it's going to do what any animal would do in that situation, which is to eat anything it can find in order to survive. Where piranhas are concerned, small means deadly, but pacu can grow much bigger. Here in Papua New Guinea, there's virtually no commercial fishing, and there's also very little under the water in the way of predators. So it's quite possible that after only 15 years, you'd find a bigger pacu living here than anything you'd find in the Amazon. So is this yet another example of an introduction gone wrong? Especially as the attacks only started after the pacu's arrival in the Sepik River. In their native South America, there are 12 or more fish species that share the common name pacu. The one that has been introduced into Papua New Guinea is among the largest. When young, this pacu mimics the red-bellied piranha. But as they grow, they lose their red coloration and transform into formidable beasts. Pacu are armed with jaws powerful enough to crush the hard nuts that fall from trees. These jaws are more than capable of ripping through soft human tissue. If it were to resort to piranha-type behaviour, this river system would be forever transformed. A vegetarian turned carnivore may be scientifically shocking, but out here, transformation is a way of life. Tribespeople turn themselves into mythical beasts and carry out elaborate hypnotic dances to ward off evil or appease the river spirits when they are in trouble. Boys all along the Sepik River are transformed into men through bloodletting, by having the skin on their chests and backs cut, leaving scars said to be the teeth marks of crocodiles. And now, if my hunch is correct, the pacu is also undergoing a transformation, from harmless vegetarian to flesh-eating river monster. Now, my focus is catching a pacu capable of killing a man. At the village, I meet up with Alphonse. He tells me that since their introduction, the pacu have been devastating the river system.
You can see this lake here have just nothing now. Everything is gone. Big vegetation and floating mud, it's gone by this fish.
So you're saying that before the pacu was here, this whole area, even in the high water like now, was covered with floating weed, floating grass.
Yeah.
And that's now gone.
Just creating more problem for our local fish also, because grass is for house for the fish and the crocodile and every animal in the water.
Do the crocodiles have a problem with the pacu?
Crocodile have a big problem with the pacu now. The floating mud is where the crocodile make nest. But you see that this big lake here is no floating mud.
These floating islands are the remnants of what once covered the entire lake. The pacu are quite literally eating the native species of the Sepik River out of house and home. But it is not only the grass that they are eating.
Some crocodile actually jump out of the water and the pacu eat the actually.
Really?
Yeah.
You've seen that?
Yeah, you see all the fish from this lake.
The tale of destruction gets worse and worse.
And also the pacu eat all small fish.
The pacu are eating fish. Really? They are attacking snakes as they swim across the surface.
Snakes is where water bird also.
Even water birds aren't safe.
So, but you've seen 50 pounds?
Small ducks have been eaten as they paddle around.
Duck hatching?
Duck hatching also.
Right.
So this pacu eat everything.
The question is, does everything include a particular part of the male anatomy? I have to catch a big pacu to see for myself exactly what they are capable of. To do that, I'm going to try further afield. The people in the village have told me a place in the lake to come and try. It's this area of trees poking out of the water, and the reason they said come here is because dotted around here and there are bird nests, and being the birds' houses, that's where they let their droppings fall in the water. And that is going to be the basis of an underwater food chain, so you're going to get small fish in that kind of area, and then you're also going to get, in theory, the predators as well hanging around. So we've come in very quietly, and I'm going to drop a bait very close to these trees down here. This rain is actually quite refreshing after such a hot day, and the chances are the fish are feeling the same way, because the water gets really hot, it gets pretty low in oxygen, and what the rain does, it cools the water off and also brings oxygen into it. So the chances are the fish, which have been feeling a bit like I have all day, they could well be on the move now. So as long as this doesn't get too heavy, it's worth me sitting it out for a couple of hours. But as darkness falls, I begin to feel that everything is conspiring against me. I think it could be time to run for the village. The weather's closing in and there's a bit of a distance to go, but I don't really feel any closer to getting a good sized pacu. Certainly the small ones seem to be pretty widespread, but in terms of encountering anything larger, I feel at a little bit of a loss at the moment. So I think anyway, run for home and then consider my options. The following morning, I changed tack yet again. Leaving the open water, I head to an area of flooded forest. These floods, the worst for decades, have inundated land that is normally high and dry. It's making my task extremely difficult. In the Amazon, pacu often congregate under fruiting trees. I'm hoping that the same thing will occur here. Sepik River people are extremely superstitious and believe that hostile spirits reside in the middle of these forests. For them, this is a menacing place. What we're doing is we're paddling very, very quietly through this area of flooded trees here. And there's some signs of fish. Actually seen some fish actually chewing the ends of the weeds. And some fish actually swirling underneath these nut trees. So it's just moving slowly and just casting close under the trees. There are signs of pacu everywhere. The sound of fruit hitting the water alerts them and they race in to eat it. Another catch, but the red coloration tells me that again it's a juvenile. Maybe I have to go further in.
We're going there.
Although I find myself drawn into local superstition, I'm more concerned about what is lurking among the root tangles. The heat in here is overwhelming, and the trees cut out any breeze, so the humidity is oppressive. This is very different from fishing by the village. I mean, there, it doesn't matter if you make a noise, they're used to the noise. Here, the only noise they are listening for is the sound of falling nuts. Anything else other than that is going to scare them away. I mean, personally, I really enjoy this sort of close quarters fishing where you're relying on stealth to get close to the fish. You're not sort of making a lot of noise and just casting a long way. And the only way you can get a bait into these areas is by getting in close. Another catch, but this time the pull on the line suggests a larger pacu. Not wanting to put my hands anywhere near those jaws, I use a long-handled grip to lift it out. They're getting bigger, getting bigger. The fish's muscular body makes it capable of bursts of speed. It could attack and make a quick getaway without being seen.
That's not the size that I want to catch. I want to catch 2, maybe 3 times the length of that. But that's good to see anyway.
As evening rolls in, I head back to the village. Word has spread of my investigation, and a fisherman has come to see me. His name, Francis Sambin, is familiar. As he talks, I realise that this is the man the newspapers claim was killed by the bowl cutter.
The stories that I heard, he didn't survive the encounter, but I'm very pleased to say that in reality, although this was a pretty terrifying experience by all accounts, he did actually live to tell the tale. Although the rumours of Sambin's death were exaggerated, the attack did leave him hospitalised and in agony. The fish was large and incredibly powerful. The bite was not a clean cut like a piranha's, but tore and ripped his flesh. And he struggled to fight it off. This echoes the story told to me by Nick Sakat.
I pulled my leg up, but it was coming again. And pulled my leg down to the water.
This giant relative of the piranha is, as I thought, growing to quite a size, and with teeth to match. I begin fishing again, now fully aware of the strength of this creature. But the difficulty will not be bringing it in or even landing it. What worries me most is getting close to those jaws.
Yeah, bigger one. There it is. Look at that, it's really big.
This could be the one I've been looking for.
I know there's snags on the bottom, so I'm trying to keep it away from that. Yeah, just see it. This black water. You can just see it down there. Yeah. Oh, yes. I need to just keep it away from stuff on the bottom, but there's also people's houses in the water. Just need to keep it away from that. At the moment, it's in open water. That's good. I'll get it well and truly tied out before I try and do anything with this one.
Then I need to examine it without losing a chunk of my hand.
I don't want to rush it. Right. Oh, and that actually, just take a look at that. As I lifted it out, that straightened the hook as I lifted it out. Oh, now this is interesting because I've just been seeing small ones of these. That's a different animal from what I have been catching. This is more of a size. Ooh. So the coloration on this is actually quite different from the small ones. The small ones have a very dramatic red belly, which on this, so that's sort of faded away to this rather light orange. But the biggest difference is, gosh, very muscular fish. Just gave a bit of a kick there. This is all muscle here, so it's a very strong fish, very powerful. But I'm just trying to look at the business end here. Just look at that. On the small one, they were quite delicate teeth. On here, I mean, those are real crushers. What this fish normally feeds on in the Amazon is seeds and nuts, and they often have tough cases to be opened. So these teeth, basically, they're nutcrackers. This thing really does look like a giant piranha. But the teeth on this, not designed for cutting, but for crushing and tearing.
Seeing those teeth reminds me of all the stories I've been told about the attacks on people.
It's like human beings biting onto my leg.
Those teeth really do look uncannily like human teeth. And to be bitten by those, I think that would be a very creepy experience. It would be just like being bitten by a person.
I didn't experience the type of pain until now.
They say that when a piranha bites you, when it actually bites
You don't know it's happening because it's such a clean cut, but this would be a very jagged, messy tear, and I think you'd certainly know about this when this bit you. And if these fish hear something splashing in the water, they don't go heading the opposite direction like other fish, they come heading for that sound with those teeth bared. I'm left in no doubt that the pacu is the bull cutter. A vegetarian turned man-eater. An outsized piranha with a taste for human flesh. An alien invader running amok, dominating entire stretches of the Sepik River. The river people now accept that the bull cutter is something they have to live with. It's just a graphic example of the unintended side effects that you can get when you start meddling with nature. This nightmare may seem easy to dismiss as someone else's problem, far from our own backyard, but perhaps not. Pacu have now turned up in 19 different states in the US. So far, numbers have not exploded, nor has anyone been attacked. But just as in the Sepik, things can change very quickly. And once the genie is out of the bottle, you can never put it back. I'm Jeremy Wade, biologist and extreme angler. I travel the world investigating cases of legendary river monsters, of creatures that lurk beneath the surface of our awareness. During the course of my investigations, I've found that however fantastic the tale, there's always a grain of truth. Fish fact can be just as fascinating as fish fiction. I've come to Japan, a place that's home to more stories about river monsters than any place I've been to before. This is the first time I've been to Japan, and I have to confess I'm a little daunted by the challenge of separating hard river monster fact from local lore and tradition. I could be out of my depth. But one thing I'm sure of, real or imagined, I'm going to meet monsters unlike any I have ever encountered before.
There's one down here, it might be two.
Japan, for its size, has a huge population. Over 127 million people, mostly crammed into the major cities. As always, it seems a metropolis is an unlikely place to start an adventure to find river monsters. But Japan still has its wild and remote areas. Although as yet I have no idea where my adventure will take me. I've only just arrived, and already I feel overwhelmed, but I have to focus. My first step is to get background information about the river monsters I hunt. So in the morning, I will head to the kind of place where I know I can get the best local intelligence.
I'm looking for Japan's legendary river monsters, so I've come to the Tokyo Fish Market where you've got an amazing concentration of fish, but more importantly, the people who know about the fish.
It's 5 in the morning, and already this place is like Grand Central Station.
The Japanese as a nation are just obsessed by fish. The figures here are quite staggering. Something like 500,000 tons of fish and seafood come through this market every year. It actually makes it one of the biggest, if not the biggest, fish markets in the whole world.
To help me get started, I've brought a translator with me. Her name is Mai Nishiyama, and she will accompany me around the market. Straight away, something grabs my attention.
Oh, no. It's off to a bit of a tangent, but this is something I did want to see when I came here. Different kind of river monster this. This is small,
but it can kill you. And the way it kills you is if you eat it, and if you eat the wrong bit, that's it. Called fugu, it contains one of the deadliest toxins in the world. It can kill within 2 hours, and an average of 6 people a year die from eating it. Why are they selling it here? If you eat the right bits, you're going to be okay. It takes, I think, 3 years to train as a chef to prepare this blowfish. It's a clear example of the extremely close connection the Japanese have with all things watery, a mixture of fear and respect. My search, though, is not for salt water monsters, but freshwater ones. So I head deeper into the market. People start talking. I'm trying to find Japan's legendary river monsters. What do they look like? You know, in old times, maybe, was there something? Like webs, like but it lives in the water.
That's what he thinks.
What do people say it looks like?
Normally living in the swamp, has a tail as well.
This is a story that a lot of people know. That was actually a very productive morning. Talking to the people at the fish market, there were 2 river monsters which kept coming to the surface. One is this hideous scaly gremlin called the kappa. Now this is reported to drag unwary children down into the depths where it devours them. The other is a creature of altogether different magnitude. It's said to be responsible for more human deaths than all the other river monsters I've encountered in other parts of the world put together. Its name is the Namazu, and apparently it's not just a legend. The people say that it lives to this day in an ancient lake in the middle of Honshu Island. At 260 square miles, Lake Biwa is Japan's largest freshwater lake and dates back some 4 million years, making it one of the oldest lakes in the world. To get there, it's 2 hours by bullet train. Japan is like nowhere I've been to before. Ancient tradition and steel modernity sit so comfortably side by side. But will there still be living evidence of the legends I seek in this day and age? Or have the river monsters been swallowed up by this progress? To find out, before I head on to Lake Biwa, Mai has arranged for me to meet with an anthropologist from the Shiga University, who's going to tell me more about the legends of these monsters and where to find them. We meet outside an ancient shrine, a place 100 years away from the city I left only 2 hours ago. His name is Professor Kurada, and he grew up surrounded by these legends. I first ask him about the kappa. Professor Kuroda says that when he was a child, he was told not to go swimming because the kappa would actually come and takes your spirit. I mean, did you believe that as a child? Yes, he believed it, and he tells me that when he was a child, 2 of his classmates drowned in a nearby river. He was told then that their deaths had been the work of the sinister kappa. So what does it actually look like, this creature? It's about the size of a child. Some of the details are a bit hazy, but what people are very sure about is that it's got some kind of plate on its head. Some people say that it has a shell on its back. But the thing that everybody's clear about is that it's got hands, but they're not hands like we have hands. They are hands with webbed fingers, which I suppose makes sense because it lives in the water. Creatures that live in the water, very often, you can't see them clearly. You just see a bit, and I suppose over the years, people see one bit, another bit. They put them all together, and what we've got in the case of the kappa is this composite water monster. This information, although appalling, takes me no nearer to finding the truth about the identity of the terrifying kappa. I change tack and ask instead about the Namazu. So can you tell me what is the old belief about the Namazu? There is a huge one of these creatures living under the ground. Legend goes that there is a catfish that lives under the earth. When it wriggles its massive body, it causes the huge earthquakes that frequently torment Japan. To protect the people, Kashima, a water god, placed a huge stone on the Namazu to prevent it from moving. However, every so often the god loses concentration and relaxes his pressure on the stone, and the catfish wriggles, attempting to free itself, causing more earthquakes. Japan has over 1,000 earthquakes a year. It is a constant threat, putting millions of lives at risk. Are these regular earth tremors really the work of a giant catfish? It's a startling story, with one massive stumbling block. There is not a catfish alive that could have such an effect as this. So my challenge is to find a possible connection in the real world between catfish and earthquakes. Maybe the answer lies out on the lake. With only a few hours of daylight left, I plan to scout the area and try to get my head around the immensity of my challenge. Straight away, it's clear that the modern world is fast closing in on this ancient lake. The kit my fishing guides have suggested I use doesn't look capable of landing a monster, but this 80-pound braided line has landed fish of over 100 pounds.
Using a very clever lure here. The idea is it represents a frog, and that hook's not going to get caught in the weed, but when the fish comes along, it does get caught in the fish. So a very clever, weed-free artificial frog. No swirls, no follows, no nothing so far.
Lake Biwa is like two lakes in one. The south, where I am now, is weedy and shallow. The north is much deeper, plummeting to over 300 feet. This part is a more likely hideout for a monster catfish that might have inspired these earth-moving legends, and it is where I plan to fish tomorrow.
Fishing on the surface with a lure that's making a bit of noise, a bit of commotion. Yeah, the rain just gives a certain amount of interference. They can't hear it from quite so far away. Change your lure, make a bit more noise. I think it missed her.
And it seems to be getting some interest.
Come on, come on. Something went for it and just missed it.
My luck is about to change.
Fish on!
But what have I hooked?
Don't know what that is. It's very long. It's a catfish. This thing hit it as soon as it hit the water. Just whacked into it.
It's certainly not a monster, but who knows? Could it be the progeny of the legendary Namazu?
Very, very similar in appearance this to the European Wells catfish. Elongated shape, big mouth, little eyes, and those two long whiskers on the upper jaw.
This is unexpected, although I have caught a few catfish on lures. But this is not the giant that is behind all the legends. There are in fact 3 different species of catfish in the lake, and what is confusing is that they call them all Namazu.
But this one is not the one that I'm after. That is considerably larger than this one.
My target is the giant Namazu, or as it is known locally, the Biwako o Namazu. My plan for tomorrow is to head further north, hire a bigger boat, and fish on through the night.
Because what I'm looking for is so unusual, I want to make sure that before I leave the city, I've got all the gear that I need, and also I might just find 1 or 2 final pieces of information. What are the biggest?
These fishing tackle shops are just a great place to get the inside information. And I discover that Lake Biwa is full of introduced fish species, including predatory snakehead, fish that I've had dealings with in the past. Another surprise is that it seems no one actually fishes for the giant namazu. Do people want to avoid angering this monster? It seems incredible, but I'm about to enter new territory. But first I want to understand what these fish are being accused of. I've come to a facility run by the fire department where they teach people what to do in the event of an earthquake. Okay, I'm ready. I'm experiencing the same force as the Kobe earthquake 15 years ago. And it is here where I get the clearest indication of the link between the namazu and earthquakes. Its image adorns every earthquake emergency poster throughout Japan. But how did the two first become connected? That was really unnerving, and I actually knew that that was coming. What I don't get, though, is how a fish could have been responsible for something like that. Is there really a fish that's big enough to make the Earth move? With no data from previous catches, could there be a colossal fish still living in the lake, which in the days before science inspired their earthquake-causing reputation? There's only one way to find out, and that is to catch one. This time I'm heading north into the deeper section of this ancient lake. The size of this lake gives me hope. It's big enough and deep enough to hide a monster. But that's also what makes this challenge so daunting. The sheer volume of water. I've got a little shiny, bright jig. I'm letting this sink down to the bottom, and I'm just flicking it along the bottom. Catfish tend to be nocturnal, so I'm intending to fish into the night, through the night, but still a bit of light at the moment. So I'm working a spoon very close to the bottom, just in case something's on the move already. But I've come to a sheltered bay in the lee of an island, quite a nice spot, fairly close to the side. I'm going to try a variety of techniques through the night, and if there's something moving, one of them might take an interest. Catfish don't rely on eyesight much. They can follow chemical trails in the water and also vibrations. Catfish, like all fish, possess a lateral line which enables them to sense these vibrations. But they also have these barbels that allow them to picture their world using smell. So I'll get a bait down there on the bottom, sit back, and it'll be a waiting game then. As I settle in, I think about other catfish that I've caught before. Especially those whales in Spain, a catfish with space and food to grow to truly monstrous proportions. The giant namazu comes from the same family as the whales. And with this much space and lots of food, I'm certain that there is a giant lurking beneath the surface of this lake. By daybreak, the giant has still eluded me. We try another spot, but the weather conditions are deteriorating rapidly. After 24 rain-drenched hours and little sleep, nothing feels like it's going my way. And as another evening closes in, I have still not had any fish, let alone a giant catfish. Maybe I'm going in the wrong direction and need to rethink my strategy. I've noticed there are a lot of commercial fishermen on Lake Biwa. Perhaps it's time to seek some professional help. Outside the local fishing association offices, I meet with a Mr. Scooter. Mr. Scooter, how long have you been fishing?
30年.
So 30 years. And what fish are you normally after?
最近はね、鮎、うなぎ。
So Mr. Scooter fishes for eels here, and he uses a long line, very long line, over a mile with about 150 to 200 hooks on.
7月ぐらいにね、1匹釣れました。
So he had one namazu last year. This year, nothing at all. I mean, that's really putting into perspective, you know, how scarce, how hard to catch these are. What kind of size?
1メーター80ぐらいかな。
1.8. That's about 5.5 foot, isn't it? At last, a connection between catfish and earthquakes. These are the giant Lake Biwa catfish. I have come to Lake Biwa Aquarium. It seems to be the only place where I'm going to see one of these giants close up. Brought here 10 years ago, they are now over 5 feet long, and these two are the closest that anyone ever gets to the legendary namazu, save one or two freak catches out on the lake. And as catfish live for so long, I wonder how big they could be in another 10 years. Now, I can see how fish this size might inspire legends, but I think the belief that they can cause earthquakes has to be taking things a bit far. I've been talking to the fishermen, but perhaps it's time that I started talking to some scientists. So I've set up a meeting with Professor Yada, who is doing some startling experiments in this area. What's this over here? So the experiment in this tank is actually an attempt to quantify this observation that namazu gets more active before earthquakes. Normally the fish just sits on the bottom, not doing very much. There's a light beam, and every time the fish passes through the light beam, this counter records it. On an average day, it might break that light beam 10 times. There's a counter on the left there. Then Professor Yada cross-references the namazu's movements with data about earthquake activity. But here we have, a couple of months ago, you know, normal activity, not very much, but on one day here, more than 60 times. And that red line there was an earthquake, magnitude 6.1. So it seems to show a real correlation, you know, a quantifiable correlation between namazu activity and earthquakes. How exactly these catfish are able to detect these earthquakes so early is unclear. But one thing is certain, they can, and long before any human being. It's the connection and the evidence I was looking for. Because I believe in the ancient world, the world when this legend was created, in a time before science, fishermen would witness this increased activity and soon afterwards experience an earthquake. They couldn't help but connect the two events. But instead of this activity being a reaction to the faint early tremors, they perceived it as the earthquake's cause. And in a country obsessed with fish, which also suffers regular devastating earthquakes, the legend of the namazu was born. And I certainly haven't given up trying to catch one. what I've actually found is that nobody actually fishes for namazu here, they just don't do it. But I have hooked up with a local fisherman who has caught a few accidentally, and I've figured that together with his local knowledge, my general knowledge of catfish fishing in other parts, at least I'll have a decent crack at it. We set off before dusk. We are right at the top of the lake. We doubly secure the boat to stop us from moving around too much, and then I bait the trap. Although we're near the bank, the depth sounder tells us that there is a ledge that drops away to 100 feet.
That's pretty deep. That's very deep.
It's a place that Mr. Scooter fishes for eels. I have been in this position more times than I can remember, craving that rush of line, that screaming reel. And as darkness envelops me, Mr. Scooter has a surprise waiting for me in his bait box.
Ah, right, okay. So in the bait tank here, we actually have one of the giant Lake Biwa namazu. I say giant, I mean the species is known as giant. This is a small one. This one's sort of like a couple of foot long, something like that. But this is actually the species I'm after. So they do exist here, and they are catchable. A trap. Ah, right. It was caught in an eel trap. So this is one of the giant Lake Biwa namazu, but this is a small one. They go possibly to about 6 foot long, something like that. Very, very similar in general shape to the European Wels catfish. Maybe slightly darker in colour.
And this poor, damaged, trap-caught catfish is as close as I am to come to one of this lake's giants. This investigation has shown me that in Japan I have to think differently, and my mission is far from over. So it turns out there is something very real behind the legend of the namazu. But what about that other legend which seems, if anything, even more far-fetched? The kappa, the creature in the water whose preferred victims are children. Japan's most infamous river monster, the kappa, has been accused of horrifying crimes for centuries. Although strong enough to kill cattle and horses, its preferred victims, children. Descriptions of the kappa vary, but the common features seem to be a wide mouth, a long body, and mottled skin in shades of brown and green. And it is always associated with water. Often taking its victims completely unawares. It drowns its victims and sucks their spirit out of them. And although widely seen as just a legend, I've heard how this monster has been blamed for the deaths of children. Professor Kurida told me about his two school friends, whose drowning was attributed to the sinister kappa. Everyone I speak to in Japan seems to know of this monster. I have also been told about a famous shrine to the kappa. place where people make offerings to keep this sinister river monster away from their children. I'm hoping there'll be some sort of statue or picture to help me work out exactly what it is that I'm dealing with.
And there it is. So that is the kappa. Fascinating looking creature. Almost humanoid in some ways, 4 limbs, but then it's got these claws, 3 claws on each limb, and almost like fish scales. You know, it's obviously a very, very powerful mental image that people have. Everything here, these are all offerings. There's sake there, there's even some water, there's books, there's all sorts of drawings, but everything offerings that people have left here. And what I'm really interested in is finding out what real creature might have actually given rise to the kappa.
I talk with a monk who seems to be in charge of looking after the shrine.
It looks like the kappa is still very much alive in people's minds, but finding a real one is going to be a different matter entirely. However, I have heard of a place where apparently there is a mummified kappa. That is definitely something I've got to see for myself.
I'm in Japan, hunting down a river monster known as the kappa.
So maybe the answer I'm looking for is inside this building. Well, here it is. I have to say it is quite a creepy looking thing, whatever it is. The skin shrunken over the bones, and although it's very clearly dead, it does actually have the sense that it's looking out at you. Apparently it's found in the roof space here about 50 years ago inside this box, and they've created this shrine to it. And it's never been scientifically examined, but I think the feeling is that by honouring it, they are allowing it to continue to protect the brewery.
It's some 400 years old, which dates it back to the Edo period of Japan, a time of superstition and fantasy. And as I draw its details, I have my suspicions as to what this mummified creature might be.
Thank you. Well, fascinating looking thing. I didn't want to say too much in there because I don't actually think that that's any kind of real animal at all. I think it's more something that's been made from bits of different animals, which was actually not that uncommon in the old days in Japan. So it's not the answer that I'm looking for, but I think that in a strange way it takes me closer towards the answer, because if that is the kind of animal that people think the kappa is, then maybe I'm not looking for a fish after all.
This could be my strangest case yet.
Even though I'm struggling to identify what the kappa might be, it's clear that the story is very much alive, even in modern day Japan, and part of the purpose of that is to keep children away from
potentially dangerous water. I've come to Kyoto University to meet somebody who can tell me what else there is besides fish that lives in Japanese rivers. Professor Matsui, can you tell me about what is living in the rivers in Japan, apart from the fish?
Crabs, rocks, and newts, salamanders, turtles.
Turtles. Now that instantly triggers my thought process. I have encountered large turtles before. Could the kappa be a turtle? It would have to be a giant to inspire this legend. How big do the turtles grow?
The biggest turtle is about not so big, nearly 50 centimeters.
Nearly 50?
Yeah.
That's about 50 centimeters, isn't it? That's something like
But,
that. Yeah. Not big enough to be the child-snatching kappa. But turtles have clearly influenced the legend, as the kappa is sometimes depicted with a shell. But as we talk further, Professor Matsui tells me of a creature known locally as the hanzaki, which lives in rivers and grows nearly 6 feet long. But it is very rare now. To find one, I'll have to travel into the remote hills. To meet a man who has dedicated his life to studying this mysterious creature. Is this another Japanese wild goose chase, or have I found my river monster? But even before I get a chance to find out, the weather intervenes. And after 2 days of solid rain, its effects are clear for all to see. I've had to put my hunt for the kappa on hold for a while because several days of heavy rain have just turned the city rivers into raging torrents, so the mountain streams are just going to be far too dangerous. I'm just going to have to wait for the water to quieten down again. Even the animals that are adapted for an aquatic lifestyle are struggling in this deluge. There's a turtle down here. That's one possible thing that the kappa could be, but actually these guys don't grow very big. If they did, that would be a possibility. The creature I hunt is high in the hills, and after another day of waiting, I finally get to leave the city and head into the country to find my river monster and to keep an appointment. I meet Mr. Toshimoto in his Riverside Institute dedicated to the study of the hanzaki, and he shows me a skeleton. But he assures me this one comes from a real creature. So here it is, but in some ways I'm none the wiser. I mean, it does look very fish-like. I mean, it looks a bit like a mixture between catfish, lungfish, and eel. But it's not quite as simple as that. There are other bones here as well. It's a middle-sized one. It's 3 feet long, but that's just a middle-sized one. And there we go. That could easily grab hold of my hand.
Same hand.
Some photographs in here of bite marks on hands, which is starting to concentrate my mind a bit.
Very sharp.
Yes. So daytime, if I put my hands underneath stones, I should be a little bit careful, maybe. Well, I've come to the right place. I'm off now to look for a hanzaki in the wild. Mr. Toshimoto accompanies me on my hunt. He has been studying the hanzaki in this river for the past 30 years. He knows their habits and where to find them. But not only that, Hanzaki are a protected species, so if I wasn't assisting Mr. Toshimoto in his ongoing study, I wouldn't even be allowed to get near them. This animal has sharp teeth that will cut my fingers if they actually went anywhere near its mouth, so I've got my bite-proof Kevlar gloves on. Got to go down with this underwater camera, just try and see if I can find one, see where it is, and then go down and try and grab it. At a waterfall, he tells me he has caught Hanzaki here in the past. It's a good place for them to hunt. There are plenty of fish here. I try the other side. The current is surprisingly strong, and I'm not entirely sure what it is I'm hoping to confront. But I think I've hit the jackpot.
There's one down here, or it might be two. There's a tail sticking out, about 4 or 5 foot down in the water, but it's right underneath this rock. It did move, as I came past, it did sort of shuffle further in though. But you understand, the problem is, I just have the tail, a little bit of tail sticking out. So hold the tail, grab tight.
Okay.
Okay, so grab tight, and then in the net. Okay, I'm worried it might double round and have a go at me.
Reassured by Mr. Toshimoto, and with my new and peculiar weight belt, I go in to confront my monster. It is a tough and robust animal, so I need to get a firm grip for its safety and mine. I am way out of my comfort zone. This isn't a monster I can catch on the end of a line. I've got to use my hands. I have caught a Hanzaki, better known as the giant Japanese salamander, one of the largest salamanders in the world, and the creature that I believe is behind the Kappa legend. They get bigger than this, but wow, this creature is aggressive, even though we mean it no harm. The good thing is that these guys, unlike fish, are just as at home on land as they are in the water. Pretty soon, he calms down.
That is a Hanzaki noodled, and I'm very pleased that even with my gloves on, my hands stayed away from that mouth. He wasn't too amused by the fact that he was just pulled out of his hole like that. But this, I think, is the creature I've been after. Looks a bit like a fish, but it's got hands, and that's exactly what this has got.
Mr. Toshimoto is monitoring the health of the Hanzaki population along this river.
It's nearly 10 pounds.
Measuring, weighing and micro-tagging every one of his catches.
Counting all the digits, all normal.
So that when he recaptures them, he can build up a clear picture of how this incredibly rare animal is faring in the wild.
Best part of a yard long.
And now we have collected a new one for his study.
This is an animal that hasn't been caught before. It doesn't have a chip in it. So that's a really good capture. Normally I wouldn't be allowed to touch this, but the fact that I'm acting as Mr. Toshimoto's assistant means that I'm able to work with this animal.
There are only a few pockets of these endangered giant salamanders left in the wild, these creatures that haven't changed since the age of the dinosaurs. Their survival is an important part of Japan's natural heritage. And when I try to release it, this national treasure still makes one last attempt to bite me, before disappearing, unfazed by his capture. As darkness falls, my goal is simple. I want to catch an even larger one that is big enough to potentially pull a child underwater. I struggle to avoid getting bitten by the last one. I wonder how I will tackle a giant at night. And since these salamanders are reputed to grow to nearly 6 feet long, I'm not even sure I want to. Giant Japanese salamanders are under threat from an unusual source, their closest living relatives. Introduced Chinese salamanders have started breeding with the native Japanese giants, creating hybrids. When any Chinese or hybrid salamanders are found, they have to be removed from the river. Mr. Toshimoto keeps a collection of them back at the Institute.
Right, take a look at this. This was caught from a river just a few miles from here, but this one's a hybrid. So this doesn't get put back in the river, and this is why I can have a good look at it.
This guy is nearly 4 foot long, and when they get this big with no natural predators, they're fearless.
Now those descriptions I heard of the kappa, it sounded just like this composite animal, a mixture of different bits of different animals. And I mean, what is there that is like that? Well, I think this is it, the giant salamander. You've got the flat head, the wide mouth, long muscular body, complete with this powerful tail. And then, last but not least, you've got these limbs. It is just like a fish with limbs. Now, if you saw one of these down in your local stream, I can fully understand you not wanting your child to go swimming there.
Unlike most river monsters I encounter, which like deep, dark water, these salamanders live in small, crystal-clear rivers. The kind of streams you would let your children play in. But that doesn't mean that they are easy to see. These salamanders are mainly nocturnal. So you might never know that you have one of these giants living in your local river. And catching just fleeting glimpses of it would only add to its mystique and its horror. And watching them catch a fish, you can see how the idea came about that the kappa kills its victim by sucking out its soul. These voracious predators literally vacuum up their food. And if it doesn't kill you in its jaws, then a more sinister fate awaits you. Imprisoned alive in its stomach while you slowly dissolve.
So this investigation has taken me into new territory in more ways than one.
My mission is always to find the truth behind the legend, but as soon as I arrived in Japan, the task felt overwhelming. With stories of earthquake-causing catfish and child-snatching killers. But I have found what I believe to be the truth behind these tales. And the one thing that I will take away with me from Japan is the knowledge that the wall between truth and fantasy is sometimes paper thin.
I can fully understand how this creature could inspire legends. And in my book, it certainly qualifies as a river monster.
My name's Jeremy Wade. For as long as I can remember, I've had a passion that verges on obsession. Dangerous freshwater fish have got me well and truly hooked. Their deadly reputations have always fascinated me, as well as their methods of attack.
I think we go!
In rivers around the world, I've seen everything from giant venom-coated stings to tiny assassins that drill into flesh. I've held a fish that could slice off my arm, smelt the breath of a beast that inhales its victim's whole, and felt the hammer blow of an 80-pound battering ram. Yet of all the nasty devices I've come across, there is one murderous-looking weapon that really stands out. It belongs to a sea monster that swims hundreds of miles up rivers. A monster that has completely eluded me until now.
Fish on! Fish on!
Nearly 20 years ago, on my first fishing trip to the Amazon, I was in a hardware store looking for rope and other supplies when I caught sight of something that stopped me dead in my tracks. It was about a yard long, with a profile just like a chainsaw, except that each vicious-looking point was fully 2 inches long. What I'd stumbled upon was the snout, or rostrum, of a fish the locals called the araguagua. This is an animal I'd been vaguely aware of from my youth, but which I'd never actually seen.
In the comics and adventure books of my childhood, this creature was normally depicted as a sea monster, usually brandishing its serrated weapon at terrified skin divers. But I don't ever remember seeing a picture of a real one. And until that hardware store in Brazil, I'd no idea that this large and wickedly armed fish might swim up rivers.
The animal in question is known in English as a sawfish. Giants over 20 feet long have occasionally been caught. And legend has it that these monsters will even attack boats.
In the 16th century, the Swedish chronicler Olaus Magnus states that this terrifying fish will, and I quote, swim under ships and cut them, that the water may come in and he may feed on the men when the ship is drowned. More recently, a story from India talks of a man hacked in two. If those accounts sound far-fetched, then more believable perhaps is this newspaper article from the 1930s about an attack off the coast of Florida. The story goes that a fisherman harpooned a large sawfish in shallow water. But when the brute spun round and struck the boat with its snout, the tables were suddenly turned.
I shudder to imagine that rack of teeth scything into human flesh. Despite severe injuries, the victim in this instance appears to have survived. But I've long wondered if the animal that attacked him could be the most fearsome of any fish to lurk in a river. As I prepare to go in search of one, two questions are at the front of my mind. Why is such a large sea-dwelling predator coming into fresh water? And is the sawfish as deadly as it looks?
My desire to meet this monster may have started in the jungles of South America, but that's no longer a place where I can hope to find one. In the 2 decades since I stared in horror at that fearsome weapon, sawfish have almost vanished from the face of the earth. A fact that may explain why, in all my travels, I've never seen one in the flesh.
For the first time in all my adventures, I'm afraid that this time I might simply be too late. Once common throughout the tropics, sawfish are now increasingly hard to find. Commercial fishing in particular has taken a heavy toll. Decades of overkill have almost wiped them out. To track down this rare beast, I'm heading to Australia's wild northwest. I've come to the remote Fitzroy River, one of the last strongholds of the so-called freshwater sawfish. Somewhere here, so I've heard, lurks a creature barely changed since the age of the dinosaurs. At the mouth of the river, I venture into unfamiliar territory. This is a no-man's land of shifting mud and treacherous currents. But the dangers I can see are only half the picture. Hidden below the surface are some of the world's most notorious man-eaters. I've been granted special permission to try and catch the critically endangered sawfish. This puts me in a truly privileged position. Yet in such a vast area, there's no guarantee I'll even find one.
Hundreds of square miles of open water. It is ridiculous.
The warm, shallow water at the mouth of the Fitzroy is prime sawfish habitat. 20 years ago, a local fisherman snagged an 18-footer not far from here.
Pretty lively. Yeah, that's something. If I hadn't seen what was responsible for that, I might be getting quite excited now. I might be thinking that's something toothy, but that's crab claw marks. Everything is hungry down here.
Out of the corner of my eye, I'm aware of a more sinister predator. For a saltwater crocodile, humans as well as crabs are fair game. This wouldn't be a good place to fall in. This time, I'm hooked into something meaty. It's only day one, but I wonder if I'm about to get lucky.
That's actually running. Back a little, back. Oh, here we go. Coming up.
Just when I think it's in, the fish kicks off again, and I grab my rod back for round two.
Okay, hold there. I'm going to take this easy because I can't get a positive ID in the water. It's very muddy water. Oh, it's a shark. This estuary is just full of predators.
Bull shark. I keep well clear of its mouth. Even a 5-foot juvenile could bite my hand off. The adults can reach 13 feet and probably kill more people than any other shark. This is one of the few sea dwellers which, like sawfish, can swim up rivers.
Well, that's a bit of drama. I'm glad we got that in. It's always exciting to get a fish like that in on light tackle. But a bit of disappointment. That's not the fish that I'm after. I'm after something that looks actually quite similar to that. So I've got it all to do again. Next time the line goes, I want it to be a big sawfish, not a bull shark.
Physically, sawfish resemble sharks quite closely. They have shark-like dorsal fins, a long body, and a high sweeping tail. In other ways, they're more like their true ancestors, rays. The gills, for example, sit underneath. The head is flat, and the mouth is a narrow slit. But it's the snout that intrigues me. Despite its vicious profile, few have ever seen it in action. Malcolm Douglas is an exception. This real-life Crocodile Dundee has witnessed nature's very own chainsaw massacre.
In '67, I was up around Darwin, and just as we came out of this creek in the morning, I saw something. I saw a big school of mullet all cruising, and they all sort of huddling together. And I said to my mate, I said, something's stressing those mullet. And next thing, this massive saw came up between them, and it was just went bang, 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 faster than a speeding bullet, as they say. And then he just came to gobbling them up, and then he turned around again, and he did that several times. We just thought that was just the most fantastic thing that we ever saw. The saw on that, I measured it from memory, was around about 8 foot long.
A saw?
Yeah, the saw itself. Yeah, it's huge. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not prone to exaggeration.
This high-spec weapon is stuffed with sensors that pick up not just the movement of nearby animals, but also their electrical aura. Even in total darkness, a sawfish can nail its target. According to Malcolm, they also use their saw in self-defense.
You really had a rack of those going into your leg. And
Yeah, not nice. As the dry season comes on here, you get the Fitzroy gets very shallow, right? And these sawfish will hang around quite often in the shallow water. Now, if you trap a sawfish between the bank and the deep channel, he will come at you with that saw and he'll just lash around like this. This is his protection. Now, if you get hit in the leg or the arm or the stomach, it's not a pretty sight. It'll almost be worse than a crocodile bite because it's a rip right through like this, you know, and then they'd come back and they'd hit you 2 or 3 times.
Right.
Don't call me, mate. You'll probably die there.
The dry season is the only time you can explore the Fitzroy River, at least by vehicle. During the rains, all of this is underwater. I head to a deep channel known as Telegraph Pool. By moving a few miles inland, I'm hoping to improve my chances of catching a sawfish. Strong tides bring a lot of smaller fish into this lower section of the river, making it a rich hunting ground for large predators. Some are already lining up. With crocodiles, they say it's the ones you can't see that you have to worry about. Hardly reassuring when they vanish without trace into muddy water.
We're just waiting for nightfall, but it's a good state of the tide as well. The tide will be coming up soon. Apparently the sawfish move up with the tide, or they move up with the tide and move down with the tide. So I've just got a couple of baits out. Yeah, it's all looking very fishy at the moment.
A few locals also brave this spot. Most are after barramundi, a sport fish prized for its fighting spirit. In general, though, anglers want to avoid sawfish, which can rip lines as well as flesh. To boost my chances, I've set up 2 rods. By sunset, my baits are still untouched. And as darkness falls, the mood grows more sinister. It's not just the crocs that are making me edgy. People have lived here for tens of thousands of years, and their spirits seem to haunt the shadows. With each passing hour, I feel more like a trespasser in someone else's world. Daylight comes as a relief, and then brings an unexpected breakthrough.
Do you want a hand with that? Yeah, please.
Another fisherman, up early before the heat of the day, has accidentally hooked a sawfish. This 2-footer is a mere pup, but an extra pair of hands still doesn't go amiss.
Were you fishing for these, or...?
No, barramundi.
Barramundi. And right.
I've caught everything but.
Right.
Certainly the first one of these I've seen.
Okay. I'm out of range now. It's only a small one.
This baby sawfish is the monster in miniature, and my first chance to get a safe look at this bizarre animal.
Wow. Right. That's the first one of these I've seen. God, imagine one of these things 20 foot long, which is what they grow to when they get into the sea. But yeah, so just like a shark, if you look at the back end of it, come forward, that's just like a ray's mouth, a stingray's mouth. But, you know, that is the unique feature. And even on a small one like this, just look, you know, that's quite a fearsome weapon. And actually, although this is a small one, very good thing to see, because for fish like this to exist, and this is probably about a year old, there have to be breeding size adults around. Fantastic. I wish I caught it myself.
I'm here to catch a monster, but for now I just want to return the pup unharmed.
Just moving the tail to get the circulation going a bit.
Sawfish travel more than 200 miles up the Fitzroy River, deep into the arid Australian outback. I want to know why they swim so far into fresh water and how dangerous they are to humans. The Aborigines have lived with these predators for at least 50,000 years. Sawfish feature in their tribal dances, and in one of their Dreamtime stories, the animal uses its huge saw to gouge out the rivers of the land. I'm now over 150 miles from the coast, and on my way to meet some of the Bunuba tribe. They call this stretch of river Dan Ku, or deep water, and I can see why. The white band along the cliffs is a stark warning of how far this river rises during the rains. For 30 feet above me, the rocks have been scrubbed clean. With help from the Bunuba, I'm hoping to catch my first sawfish, but I also want to find out from them how dangerous it really is. Since coming here, I've already picked up one story of an attack from northern Australia. Back in the 1940s, a large sawfish first ripped itself out of a net, then pursued the fisherman's boat. As they fled in their dinghy towards the shore, it seems that 2 of the men were knocked overboard into a potentially deadly situation. What spooks me about this story is not the men's injuries. Incredibly, they escaped virtually unscathed. But according to the report, the boat's solid wooden hull was punctured by the animal's teeth. Such was the force of one of its blows. If a sawfish can punch a hole in a boat, I can't help wondering what its teeth could do to me. At least there's no danger here from saltwater crocodiles. Few of them ever come this far upriver. In a landscape like no other, and with a good 2 hours of daylight left, the temptation to stop and fish eventually gets the better of me.
This river is
full of predators which, like the sawfish, come up from the sea. And there's one in particular that I'd really like to have a look at.
The barramundi is an ambush hunter that lurks near the bottom of the river, then bursts up to snatch its prey. To provoke a strike from this fish, anglers often use a brightly coloured lure, worked near the surface over deeper water. By perching on an island of rock, I can cast into a wide area of river. But steep sides and jagged surfaces mean I don't have much room for manoeuvre.
This feels quite a good weight. Very, very sharp rocks are these. So. Oh, there it is, there it is, there it is. I just see a flash down there. There it goes. Oops. I'm clambering over here. Barramundi, lovely.
Not bad for 20 minutes work.
Spiky old dorsal fin on there, that's why you've got to be a bit careful handling these. Also, there's a very, very sharp, razor sharp bit of bone just in front of the gill flap there. Plus I had all the hooks to extract on this very precipitous bit of sharp limestone here. But here we go, fish in safely, barramundi, and just what a spectacular setting to catch it from.
The Aborigines have long hunted sawfish for food and are still allowed to catch them. As an outsider, though, I'm not sure how they'll take to me fishing for one in their waters. Around here, it's mostly the women who do the fishing, so it's their knowledge I want to tap into. Mary Aitken is an elder from the Bunuba tribe. She grew up on this river and begins by recounting the story of a large sawfish that she caught here many years ago.
We hauled it in onto the bank, and one of my family members banged it on the head and pulled it up onto the sandbar. And then we called out to some locals that were going downstream on the boat. We asked them to put the sawfish on the boat, otherwise we'd have been struggling with it.
How many were you?
There was about 4 or 5 of us.
And you couldn't take it between?
We didn't have no blokes, it was just all ladies.
It seems the fish was almost too big for the back of Mary's pickup.
Well, when we put it into the Toyota, we couldn't put it sort of cross because it was too big. So we had to slide it in, and a little bit of tail sticking out, but we managed to close the back.
So you've just got it on the back?
Yeah, just got it on, yeah. So it fed a lot of people, yeah.
So what about children when they go fishing here? They're catching small fish and then they get one of these sawfish on the line. I mean, do they ever get hurt by them?
We stand well away from it, you know. We tell the kids the same thing. We tell them it's too dangerous to hang around while it's still alive and kicking.
Then Mary hands me the largest saw I've ever seen. The savage potential of this ready-made weapon certainly hasn't been lost on humans. There are records of sawfish rostrums being used as weapons right across the Western Pacific, from the Philippines down through New Guinea as far as New Zealand. They'd use it to slice open the abdomens of their enemies and also to open up the veins on the inside of the elbows, causing fatal bleeding. And even just a couple of years ago here in Australia, a couple of burglars attacked a man in a caravan using a sawfish rostrum, and they put him in hospital. But whether the sawfish itself sets out to attack people is less clear. So far, the evidence is about as shadowy as the beast itself. By mid-dry season, the Fitzroy has shrunk, from a raging torrent into a series of quiet pools, with little or no moving water. This ought to concentrate the sawfish and make them easier to find, but before I go looking, I'll need plenty of fresh bait. With a casual throw of the net, Mary shows me the local technique for catching small fish.
So there's a bit of effort goes into this fishing, isn't it? You know, you don't just turn up and get a line out. You know, you've got to get the bait before
you get your bait first before you can go about fishing.
It's a method I've seen people use all around the world, but have never tried myself.
What's that? Is that a brim or something?
Yep.
The theory could hardly be simpler. Cast a circle and your net covers the greatest possible area, thus snagging more fish.
Swing the net on the side of your hip. And just throw it at it.
Lovely.
With fresh bait on her line, Mary is quickly into her fishing. Meanwhile, I'm getting into a bit of a muddle.
That was a square.
Try lifting your shoulder when you throw it. That's the better one.
After a slow start, I finally won some respect, and Mary lets me in on a few good fishing spots along the gorge. Sawfish have roamed the earth for at least 100 million years. Yet the rocks under my feet are nearly 4 times this old. My walkabout takes me to the top of a limestone cliff, the remnant of a once mighty barrier reef that lay beneath an ancient ocean. Beyond the horizon, parts of this continent date back 4 billion years. That's almost as old as life itself. I'm looking for a stretch of water with a deep channel, the kind of place where a big sawfish might lie up. I've got the whole river to myself, and with limited time, I'm eager to get fishing.
This is about as simple as fishing gets, I suppose, just using a hand line. So there's the hook down in the water, a little bit of lead holding the bait in place, and this end just a winder. And this is what the locals use, so I'm just giving it a go, and they'll tend to go away and just come back and check the line after a couple of hours, make sure it's fastened to something. They tend to look a bit askance at me sitting actually holding the line, but I've only got a limited time here. I want to feel when something comes along, make sure the hook sets, but from their point of view I'm wasting energy and also sitting out in the sun unnecessarily. All that remains now is to sit and wait for something to find the bait.
As the hours slip by, I try out several spots along the river. By mid-afternoon, the only animals I've managed to flush out are a bunch of cockatoos. Surprisingly, the shallow pools are still full of life. Even in the dry season, there are plenty of shrimp and brim to be found. This will be good ammunition for later. As I return to camp, I wonder if the abundance of food might explain why sawfish come so far upriver. If the pickings are rich enough and you can adapt to fresh water, then why not? Recently in South Africa, I caught huge adult bull sharks, which were swimming way into fresh water for just this reason. But if the same is true of sawfish, then why aren't I hearing stories of giant 20-foot river monsters? It occurs to me that even here, in what's thought to be one of their last strongholds, these prehistoric beasts could be vanishing. Perhaps darkness will draw a sawfish out of its lair. It's often said they're more active at night. Just in case I doze off, I tie an empty can to the line. Should anything run off with the bait, the noise of it moving will wake me up.
I'm over 150 miles from the mouth of the river here, but apparently in the past, according to Mary, there have been some big sawfish caught from this very place.
A long day baking in the outback sun has left me exhausted. But my overcooked brain refuses to switch off. I still have little sense of how dangerous sawfish are to people. Back in that hardware store 20 years ago, the answer seemed obvious. Yet for such a large and viciously armed beast, I'd have expected a lot more bad press. Especially from populated areas where sawfish were once common. After all, this is a fish said to have hacked a man in two. After a day of fishing without success, darkness has finally brought me a bite. My bare hands take the strain as I wind in the line, but the fish on the end is not what I'm expecting.
Bull shark.
A bull shark this far inland is a real eye-opener. These aggressive fish are clearly thriving here, even during the dry season when this part of the river is little more than a stagnant pond.
So, a pretty hostile environment. You can see why everything in there basically is tooled up. Now, the sawfish possibly needs that weaponry for defence, who knows? Anyway, I better put this back. I'll just hope I don't hook him up again. Even though I know bull sharks come up in, fresh water, it's still really strange seeing them here.
But the monster I'm after is nowhere to be seen. It was only recently that outsiders realized there were sawfish in this river and began to study them. I'm leaving Dan Ku and heading 100 miles back downstream to hook up with a small sawfish research team. Perhaps their knowledge can help me in my quest. I turn off the main highway to a dusty outpost called Kambalin and then follow a dirt track to an abandoned irrigation dam. For most of the year, this man-made barrier stops sawfish swimming upstream. They accumulate below the dam, making this an ideal spot for the research team. Dr. Dave Morgan, who leads the research, is passionate about sawfish. By tagging and tracking individual fish, he's starting to build up a picture of their secret lives. But as we head out to set trapping nets, we're busy watching our backs. Crocodiles seem to be following our activity with a predatory interest. This is risky work. If you get too focused on the crocs and take your eye off what's under your nose, you can wind up getting karate chopped by a sawfish in the net.
Just trying to do it from a boat in a deep section, that's when you often get hit a lot. Or when you don't want to get out of the boat because there's crocodiles or saltwater crocodiles around, then yeah, you get hit.
Working as fast as we can, we lay a series of nets across the main channel. If there are any sawfish here, they stand a good chance of getting snagged. At regular intervals throughout the night, we come back to see if anything's turned up.
There's a float down here.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, there's a kick here, kick.
Yep. Float down.
Okay, so we get...
Yep, we'll get that one out.
The first catch of the night is an agitated barramundi. As I already know, this can be a prickly customer.
These things are sharp, Jeremy. They're basically almost the worst thing to get out of a net. They're worse than crocodiles and bull sharks and sawfish. They've got spines all over.
It's got itself well wrapped up, but eventually we managed to untangle it without getting impaled.
Barramundi got caught in the net. This is going back in the water. This thing's quite a vicious predator, but I mean, this is it's going to be a meal for the crocs if it stays in the net any longer. But back to fight another day.
No sawfish, still no sawfish. There are more nets to check. The problem now is that the struggling barramundi has stirred up the crocs. And just the thought of being grabbed by one of them is making me jumpy.
There's something, hang on, there's something grey in the water.
Can you feel something, Jeremy?
Yeah, definitely there's a real kick like that.
Yep. Is it a long kick or a...
It's, there, we can see, can you see that?
Yeah, that's one.
Croc, bull shark or sawfish, this has to be the lucky dip from hell.
Let's just do a quick croc spot. There was a croc coming in before over there. It left the bank and was out in the middle.
Yep.
Just be careful, mate. It could be a bull shark or a freshwater, saltwater crocodile.
Well, they get wrapped in the nets. They come and take the fish out of the nets.
Well, the freshies generally go for catfish, but the salties definitely prefer the barramundi.
I'm starting to wish I was somewhere else.
Well, they'll chew them in the nets and try and fight you for them.
Oh, shall I attempt to grab that? Is that? Well, no sawfish in the net, but this is a bull shark. Okay.
I'd normally be fired up to find bull sharks so far upstream in fresh water, but they're starting to feel like a plague, and I wonder how many more I might have to pull out from this crocodile soup before I find a sawfish. I'm told that the annual flood was lower than normal this year, making it hard for sawfish to move upstream. At any rate, the last nets are all empty. cruel irony, daylight brings the threat of an unseasonal storm. Out here in the bush, heavy rain can spell trouble. The timing is absolutely crucial. If I was here in the wet season, I'd be sitting underwater, which is precisely why we come now in the dry season. Not only is the river accessible, but also the fact that it's down, about 30 foot, the fish are more confined. The problem is that the weather actually is changing. There's the wind blowing, we had rain last night, and there's real concern at the moment that if there's any more rain, the tracks leading in here are going to become impassable. So everyone's keeping an eye on the weather. If there is signs of things turning bad, we're just going to have to throw everything in the vehicles and get out of here, and that will be a premature end to my mission. With a big storm approaching, the research team has no choice but to beat a retreat. Yet it seems there is still a glimmer of hope. To stay one step ahead of the weather, we head back to Telegraph Pool. This is my last chance to catch the monster that I've waited nearly 20 years to see. While Dave and his team prepare for another night of trapping, I return, superstitiously perhaps, to the exact spot where I released the baby sawfish. Maybe this is where my prayers will finally be answered. Fish on! Yeah. This is a beast that means business, and it doesn't feel like a shark. Good size, good size. It's coming in quite close, it's already quite... I'm trying to get on these rocks in here. I need someone to grab it. I think that's ready, it's ready, I think. It's a sawfish, it's a sawfish. At last, the animal that's been swimming around on my head for nearly 20 years. Let's get this way out the way. Here we go, my first sawfish. Look at this for a beast. This thing nearly 7 foot long, it's bigger than I am. And that rostrum on there, that's 1.5 foot long. It's got 39 of those teeth. Each one is about 1 inch long, wickedly sharp. We've got a huge dorsal fin, a very big second dorsal fin, very big tail, and they anchor the body. And when the body flexes, it's this head and this rostrum that really scythe from side to side. It's about to tense. We're about to have a splash. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. This journey began almost 20 years ago. In the heart of the Amazon, I stood staring at a vicious-looking weapon and wondered if I'd ever see its owner in the flesh. Now, in a remote river in Australia, I've finally got my hands on a live sawfish. I hold that down. The scientists, meanwhile, think they've figured out why these creatures come into fresh water.
It's flat on the rostrum.
Dave's latest measurements show that they're using the Fitzroy as a nursery.
Acoustic tag going in here.
Despite all the predators, it's still safer here than in the sea. Only when they reach 8 or 9 feet long do sawfish leave the river. As an adult living in salt water, this fish could one day become a 20-foot giant. But
I came here to find out if this fish is also a monster in terms of deed. Now, there's no doubt that that fearsome toothed rostrum is potentially a lethal weapon, and it's certainly been used as such in the hands of humans, but I can find just no instance at all of this fish having attacked a human being willfully. In other words, its monstrous appearance is not matched by its behaviour. Certainly if you're a small fish, this thing is a deadly weapon, but from the human point of view, the sawfish is the archetypal gentle giant. If anything, these vicious-looking creatures seem to be more sinned against than sinners. The thing is with these fish, it's always the weaponry that the attention is drawn to, the rostrum with all those teeth, but actually looking at the rest of this fish, this animal has been in the wars, it's been on the receiving end of quite a bad injury. There's a big bit of its pectoral fin here missing, and that's a very clean, curved cut, and it's slightly raw as well, which suggests it's fairly recent, and that would be a bull shark. And look at that. A saltwater crocodile thought it would have an easy meal. Teeth just bounced off that hide. So this is not just an animal with a very sort of fearsome weapon on the end of its snout, it's just really tough as well. I mean, it just shrugged off that attack. It really is a rough, tough environment down there, and it does seem that you need to be tooled up in some way or other just in order to survive.
The tragedy for this fish is that in a world full of nets, the very weapon it needs to survive is now liable to get it snagged and killed. My only fear as it swims away is that we may be seeing the last of these ancient and extraordinary monsters. My name is Jeremy Wade, biologist and extreme fisherman. I've hunted down freshwater monsters all over the world. Investigated macabre human deaths and savage attacks. It's not often that I come across a fish I've not heard of before, especially when it could be among the largest freshwater fish I have ever tackled. I am heading to the remote northeast corner of Argentina to catch a monster that somehow got under my radar.
There it is, 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 there it is!
A creature responsible for horrific injuries. It will dissolve the flesh. Oh! Even death. Recently I heard rumours of a giant freshwater fish that, if true, would be a brand new species to me. One that I never knew existed in a country that I know little about.
I'm in Argentina. I'm on my way to the Paraná River. It's the second biggest river system in South America after the Amazon. I know other rivers in South America very well and the creatures that live in them, but this river is very little known in the outside world, and it's also new territory for me.
And most important, this river harbours a killer.
A little while ago I heard about a child who died as a result of encountering something in the water.
A 12-year-old girl was playing close to her village on one of the remote islands set in this huge river. She had entered the water countless times before, but this time it would be different. This time there was something waiting in the shallows, only yards from the bank. The attack was brief but ferocious. She stood no chance against such weaponry. She died soon after in her mother's arms, killed by a freshwater monster. The evidence from the death points to one suspect. Shallow water, piercing barb and speed of attack all suggest a stingray. But this is fresh water, and I wasn't aware that there were stingrays in this river. The Paraná River rises in southern Brazil and travels through Paraguay into Argentina before emptying into the Atlantic, 3,000 miles from its source. The outback town of Bella Vista lies on the banks of this great river, 500 miles from the sea. Before the arrival of the Spanish, this corner of Argentina was the land of the Guarani people. It is now the home of gauchos, farmers and fishermen. It still has the air of a frontier town here. This is where I am basing myself on my quest for a leviathan. I meet up with some fishermen to find out more about the death of the girl and the creature that I am pitting myself against. And I discover a lot more than I expected.
Es muy peligroso para la gente que camina en la costa del río. Cuando están caminando en la costa del río, o gente que va.
They tell me about a small boy who was playing in the river only a short distance from his mother when he was attacked.
Pisa arriba la raya.
There was a commotion in the water, then silence, and the boy's lifeless body floated in the shallows right where he'd been playing. What they are describing is a ray, but not one I've ever come across. They call it chucho de rio, or river dog. I've caught giant rays before in Thailand, a massive creature with a tail like a bullwhip. But what they're describing here sounds very different. And unlike that estuarine monster, the chucho de rio has made its home 500 miles from the sea. And what really makes this monster different is that it has killed. But how? What makes this animal uniquely dangerous? I visit the regional hospital to meet Dr. Gomez, a surgeon who knows all about stingray wounds.
Cuando entra y cuando sale.
Wow, okay. It's not a clean cut. You've got these serrations on the spike. So what happens? It makes a mess when it goes in, and then it also rips the flesh when it comes out. The two children most likely died because the barb punctured an artery or vital organ, and they quickly bled to death. But that is not the only cause of death from this massive stingray. Dr. Gomez draws the barb with its backward-facing serrations and venom.
Y en los desgarros y en los pedazos de carne queda la gelatina y el veneno.
So the mucus that's on the spine, it doesn't just contain bacteria. There is actually a venom there,
resulting in deep, putrid wounds laced with toxins. The entire outer skin produces a necrotic venom, which becomes more concentrated around the tail and along the barb, meaning it is literally cloaked in a venom that destroys tissue. I head out, knowing that I'm on the trail of a creature with such a fearsome reputation that the local fishermen refuse to fish for them. Jose, my boatman, is an accomplished fisherman. He has the all-important local knowledge that I always depend on. His help will be essential if I am to navigate this labyrinth and find the hidden monster.
This river is a very, very big river. I was really quite taken aback by the size of it. But as always, you've got features. This is a little channel. And what we've got a real push of current out here. But then that current sort of eddies round. There's a nice slack on that side there, and it's exactly the kind of place where any kind of fish would hang out, and then the predators are going to hang out feeding on them.
Rays are members of the shark family, but have flattened bodies and wing-like fins. As yet, I've not been able to find out any accurate data about the size of the chucha de rio, but the fishermen here tell me they grow very big. I want to know how big. Stingrays patrol the river bottom, predating on small fish and invertebrates, which they locate using sensors that detect the prey's minute electrical field. My gear is too heavy to cast, so I have to adapt. For bait, I'm using armoured catfish, which I float out underneath a bottle and I release by pulling sharply on the line. Jose has a hand line attached to the bottle, which he retrieves after the bait has dropped.
Perfecto. I've not got very much lead on. There's quite a surge of current here, but the whole thing that I was trying to do was to use the current to take it down and then pull it off just in the slack beside the current. And that's exactly what will happen to a food item. If you're having to use loads of lead to keep it down, then it's not the kind of place where food is going to settle. But I've got a nice sort of slack bow in the line, which tells me that that bait is in a good place.
This is the same rod that I took to South Africa, where I caught 2 500-pound bull sharks. In Thailand, I felt the full force of the ray's strength.
It's spinning the boat. It's taking the boat down.
But also the disappointment of losing what, to this day, could be the biggest fish I have ever had on my line. I am not going to let the same thing happen again. So, armed with what I learnt out there, I prepare to catch myself a monster.
Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. That's... Something's really after that there, something's really after.
There's a disturbance at the surface, and then nothing.
I may or may not have a bait left. Jose thinks that could have been a small ray, maybe having trouble getting the bait in its mouth. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Something's on that, something's on that. That's actually fairly unusual. When I attempted to set the hook there was nothing there, but I left the bait in position, and literally within a minute or so, something was back at it. So it suggests there's lots of fish down there. So just check that I've got the bait. There we go. So the bait is actually gone. Something actually pulled that off.
Whatever is down there seems to be onto me. It's gone very quiet. I'm forced to try another location.
Yeah, well, that bait lasted about a minute, something like that. Started off as a vicious tapping and then off it went.
One after another, my baits are stolen.
Yeah, well, that's not going to catch anything. Not like that it isn't anyway.
Something down there is outsmarting me, removing the bait even before I can get it to the bottom.
You know, always there's this conflict between, do I just stick it out, carrying on doing what I'm doing, or do I change something? And you have to sort of reach a happy medium with that. You have to sort of give something a good go,
but be prepared to change if, you know, it looks like you're doing something wrong. Oh, it's a piranha, it's a piranha. Wow. Right, what's happened there is that the bait's been chopped in half and then I foul hooked piranha in the back. I think that's fairly clear. This is what's been taking my bait, and, you know, talk about caught red-handed, there's the evidence. Chunky piranha. I've not actually caught this kind of piranha before. They call it palometa here. Well, it's very similar to red-belly piranhas in the Amazon. It's got that orangey throat area, very, very solid, muscular head. It's a very serious piranha, that.
There are killers of all sizes patrolling this river. But it is said that the people who live along its banks fear stingrays more than any other.
It's a great viewpoint here. Whenever possible, I like to look down on a river. You really can just see so much more, and what's really apparent here is what looks like the opposite bank when you're down at water level. Actually, that's just an island. There's loads of islands here. What's also interesting here, I can see there's a couple of houses dotted around, and I think it's very important that I go and talk to those people. These are the people who can tell me not just where to go and try to catch fish, but they might have heard as well about these incidents that I've heard about.
These people live a nomadic existence. During the wet season, their ranches are submerged underwater. They spend months cut off from the outside world. At a ranch on an island, I talk with a group of gauchos who explain the dangers of living in such isolation, alongside one of the river's most feared predators.
¿Tiene aquí?
Sí, hay muchas en el río acá.
Mucho?
Sí, sí, sí.
Yes, there's stingrays here. Me conta.
Caballos, vacas, caballos, vacunos, personas, inclusive, personas.
I just asked, you know, do you know anybody who's ever been wounded by one? Yes, you know, but not just people, but also cows and horses too.
Cortan muy hondo las avenas y...
¿Sangra?
Sí,
muerto?
Sí, muerto. Algunos.
He said, you know, they have known horses to die as a result of a blood vessel being punctured. También infección.
Sí, se hincha, se hace agujeros, ¿sí? Ahí mueren.
But also they've had other horses die from infection.
Caballo da un relincho, ¿viste? Al ser picado ya.
He says it's almost as if the horses are crying because the pain is so bad. The first place I've stopped, yes, there are rays here, and not just people, but also large animals have actually been killed by these rays.
I'm after a creature that can kill a horse, yet is virtually unknown to the outside world. And it is becoming ever more apparent the fear the people have around here for these creatures. Even small ones are shown no mercy.
Not really quite sure what it's doing here. It's a bit small to have died of old age. Maybe somebody caught it and threw it up on the bank to die. I mean, I have seen sort of free-roaming horses here, and apparently, you know, they will wound their livestock, so you can understand. Oh, wait a minute, it's actually, yeah, it looks like it's actually been stabbed. Puncture marks there, so somebody's killed this and just thrown it on the bank, discarded it.
I know what stingrays are capable of,
But I'm not here to kill. I want to catch one of these creatures to try to understand how it attacks before releasing it back into the river. I can actually feel the movement of my bait through my finger on the line here. I mean, this line's got a breaking strain of 200 pounds, but it's very, very fine. You know, the water's not having much effect on it, so I can feel what's happening to the bait about sort of 40 yards away down there. Feels a little bit like a spider in a way. A spider sitting in the middle of a web with its legs on the lines of the web, feeling for anything coming into the web. And so here I am, waiting for a ray to fall into my trap. Do you know what? No, that felt like a piranha. Nothing there. What? Look at that. Yeah. That's a £150 line. And that's gone through, but actually I'm not sitting here thinking, oh no, that was a huge ray that broke the line. That's actually been bitten. It's cut there. There's another half cut there, so probably it was a piranha. That was the width of the piranha's jaws there. About an inch or something. So something is that hungry that it actually has eaten my line. Rays have a finely tuned sensory system, which they use to locate prey. But these sensors could also detect my thick line and hook. So by changing to finer gear, I hope to fool the ray into taking my bait. I'm going to scale down, and that's just a bit finer. Still very strong, £175 breaking strain that. This is the main line here. It's not going to create a lot of drag when it moves through the water. The current's not going to pick it up. I'm actually quite pleased with that setup. I give it one more go, in the hope that as evening falls, the piranhas will stop feeding. Nothing. It's very odd. Zzz, stop. Piranhas are still active by the look of it. Cursed by piranhas. This is the middle of the dry season, and the river is at its lowest, concentrating the fish into smaller and smaller areas, hungry and competing for what little food is out there. Interesting experiment. There's just a tiny little slack beside the river, and it's just full of small fish. Everything in here at this time of year is just so hungry. The trouble is, I put a bait in there, there's so much going to go for it. The difficulty is that bait surviving long enough for the stingray to find it. It is vital to understand the behaviour of the other fish in the river besides your quarry in order to avoid the other species, like the omnipresent piranha. To remove these sight hunters from the equation, I begin fishing at night. Well, it seems like everything's on the feed at the moment. Lots of movement in the water.
but now the mosquitoes have joined in, and so I'm hunting fish, but at the same time there's just masses of mosquitoes after my blood. The only thing that's not on the feed at the moment, it seems, is the stingray.
I set my line, now confident it is past piranha feeding time.
Nothing. So much for that plan. Another one bites the dust.
But I feel as though the noose is tightening. I am closing in. So I further fine-tune my approach. I discard the bottle and begin casting, dropping the bait quickly to the river bottom, reducing the amount of time it's hanging around in mid-water. Now will I finally be rid of the curse of the piranhas.
You see that? It feels like a piranha, but it's too big for a piranha, I think.
Something has just taken a whole fish bait and it's coming towards the boat.
Look at that. So much for piranhas not feeding at night.
These Paraná River piranhas are among the largest and most ferocious I have ever come across.
And it's so big, I can't really get my hand around it.
I've encountered piranhas before and know that in the right conditions they are capable of attacking and devouring the largest prey in seconds.
I don't think I particularly want to fall in here. Piranhas, big piranhas, but also active at night. It shows just how hungry everything is in here.
I fish for hours.
That's really kicking. I think that's is that a piranha?
Only to pull in one piranha after another, each as big as the last.
That could be time to call it a night if these guys are active.
But it's hard to give up when I know the monster stingray must be down there.
Wonder what this is. Oh, look at that. So this is a surubi. This is a predatory catfish. This is a small one. These things grow. They grow over 100 pounds. So 5 or 6 foot long. But I mean, the thing about this fish for me is, it's a catfish, but it's a very athletic, streamlined catfish. It's a catfish that hunts actively. So it's got quite spiky fins. So to be careful. Oh! Ow! That's just dug its spine right in the back of my hand. That went right, oh my God. I've handled these fish actually like loads of times before. This is the first time I've been stabbed by one of these. It kicked, and that was its pectoral spine going in the back of my hand.
Although painful, these catfish spines do not have a venom.
What this is making me think about is I'm going to have to try and deal with a stingray at night. And just a moment's loss of concentration with a small catfish, and that's the result.
Okay. In the Amazon, stingrays are known as wish-you-were-dead fish because of the agonizing pain following a stab from the barb. Even though stingray meat is good to eat and a large ray could feed many people, fishermen here refuse to hunt them. The next morning, I meet fellow fisherman Donald Pereira, who hooked one accidentally. A momentary lack of concentration, and he felt the full force of a stingray's barb.
Ya hace como 20 años. Puse un pie en ese cuando la raya se da vuelta, y ahí me clavó.
So he was actually fishing for one at the time, so he wasn't walking in the water, he actually had one on the line. Fishing from the bank, and then when he pulled it in, he lifted it up and said that he just whipped its tail around. ¿Dónde fue? Ah, aquí.
Ahí. Y tardó como 6-7 años para cicatrizar.
6, 7 años.
Para cicatrizar.
This happened 30 years ago, and there's still a very obvious scar there. And he's telling me, and I've sort of, I didn't believe it at first, I wanted to hear it again, 6 or 7 years to heal.
Permanentemente eso estaba.
It was suppurating for that amount of time. You know, from just one moment of being stabbed, 6, 7 years of a nasty wound, taking all that time to heal.
Necrosis can lead to gangrene. The death of one cell quickly cascades, spreading to the surrounding cells, killing everything around it. Following envenomation, the victim suffers severe pain, vomiting, paralysis, tremors, even heart failure, and if not treated, death. As I head back to my boat, I come across a macabre sight. My first encounter with a chucho de rio. But this isn't how I imagined I'd first see it.
The guts have been taken out. No tail. Tail's been hacked off on this. And this is actually a fish that I didn't know existed until I came here. I've known for ages that you get stingrays in fresh water, but this particular species, we're talking about, you know, a very short time that I've known this existed, and here is the evidence in the flesh. I mean, there's no doubt about it. This is a very, very creepy-looking fish. Hola. Monstro, man. The lad in the boat just said, what a monstrous animal. It is very much like an alien. It doesn't look like any normal fish. You've got these fine denticles all over the body, like miniature teeth. Some of them are more enlarged. As we get to the tail, look at that, that's starting to get some really serious, sharp, lumpy denticles there. You know, and that's quite apart from the spine you've got on the back, which is just like this sort of dirty, serrated blade. So, I mean, this animal, it's not just the tail, this is just like a very lethally armed animal.
This stingray is much bulkier than the one I caught in Thailand, which was flatter, more slight.
It's a good 48-inch wingspan.
The power of this massive body is transmitted to the tail.
Just measuring the size of the tail as well as the size of the animal, 4 inches across, so that's quite a serious club-like weapon, never mind the big spike in the end.
One tipped with tissue-destroying venom. Now to find out the true weight of the chucho de rio.
It's registering just over 200 pounds there, and of course it's missing the tail and it's missing all the guts, and it's been out in the sun dehydrating and bleeding, so it's something like 225 when this was alive. You know, I think we can be fairly safe about that.
A genuine river monster. But if the stories are true, then there are even bigger fighters out there. That is what I'm after, to see for myself the weaponry and the behavior that makes this creature a killer. This body of water is vast. I've been here now for nearly 2 weeks, and Jose and I have scoured the area without any results, so I can't restrict myself to fishing just at night. I have to get a bait in the water as often as I can.
The river's got a very different character to it today. There's this wind blowing upstream, and what that does, it's creating these standing waves here, about 3 foot high. It actually turns it into quite an intimidating place. Ah, piranha. Something's had a bit of that. Oh, something's moving down there.
Again, I'm forced to scale down my gear, in the hope that I can get the bait past the piranhas to where the rays lurk.
just actually changing the leader. Actually, a ray with its tail flailing around. It's a bit like somebody coming at you with that. And that, well, you know, that could do a lot of damage. And in fact, you know, that is why I'll need to be wearing some of these. These are basically stab-proof, almost bulletproof as well. But that will give me a degree of protection because, yeah, it's going to be a knife fight, basically. Right, I just cast the bait out and there was instantly something on the bait. But it just felt like piranhas. It was like that kind of thing. Whereas what I actually want is something that just goes. Feels like a piranha.
But the Paraná River is full of surprises.
Ah, it's a different kind of catfish.
This looks like a new species for me, although it's very similar to one I've caught in the Amazon.
Yeah, there we go. That's a different fish. And again, it's just another fish that is going to, you know, polish off my bait. You know, it really is a problem, actually, just having a bait down there that's going to survive long enough for the stingray, which is very much the top predator, will come along and find it.
Big strikes often come when you least expect them. So I have to stay prepared for when my rod bends double with the weight of a 250-pound monster.
There we go. That's a fish, that's a fish one.
This is by far the biggest fish yet to take my bait.
It's coming close. Here it is. Surface. There it is. There it is. There it is. That's a stingray. It's off the bottom, but there's trees down here.
Although this is only a juvenile, it is still armed with a deadly barb and tissue-destroying venom.
It's a long way off yet, but
I don't want to bring this into the boat, so I ask Jose to head for the nearest beach.
Jose, vamos, tranquilo.
I put on knife-proof Kevlar gloves to protect me against the barb.
And just pull it up.
As soon as it's out of the water, its tail is aiming for me. I notice that this ray is a heavier build than other rays I've caught. And the tail much shorter, more like a dagger than a whip.
Well, let's see if I can get a look at that.
The ray's tail is coated with toxic venom.
Just going to see if I can get any mucus off here. General fish slime. That's just sort of slime, that's mucus, but living in there you've got a cocktail of bacteria. I'm actually thinking about what those cowboys were saying. They've had horses die from fatal bleeding, but also from the infection when they've stepped on a ray. Oh! That's actually one heavy beast. And that's the, I'm just feeling the weight of this animal now. And this is a small one. I'm just thinking a weapon like that with 400, 500, maybe 600 pounds behind it. You know, it's like somebody coming at you with a medieval mace in a way. It's like a club with a nail in it. Anyway, let's get it back. Easing it into slightly deeper water. No, I'm just looking at the pattern of this and just, you know, it does just completely disappear into the background. It really does bring home how dangerous potentially these things are when you just see how they're just almost invisible in the water.
That was actually a small one. What I want to see now is a big one of those, but if I do get one, I think I'm really going to have my hands full. I've been trawling this river now for 10 days straight, and I'm beginning to think that the only giant ray I'm going to see is the one hanging on the riverbank. So I'm fishing all the hours I can to maximise my chances. As yet another day turns to dusk, I have to be patient. Then I get a take that seems different from the others so far. Look at that. So, this is a Dorado. Oh, hey. But it's got some teeth there. It's a serious predator. And, well, one of many predators in the water here, and this is just one of the things that's beating the stingrays to the bait. This is the game fish that most anglers come here to catch. I'm just putting that back. That's not what I want. I want this sort of sluggish thing that skulks on the bottom. Most of my brother anglers would be the other way around. Jose and I fish all over the river. This is a Mandube catfish. This is about 1/200th of the weight of the fish that I was after. Mystery bait remover. It's another night with no stingrays. They're proving elusive. I've caught everything except what I came for. Now I try something that I wouldn't normally do. I've got a second rod out. A lot of people in the town are giving me advice what I need to be doing, and one of the things that keeps cropping up is you haven't got enough lines in the water. I don't totally hold with that. I don't necessarily believe that 2 rods gives you double the chance, but it all comes down to just one bait being in the right place. Even though I've given in to using 2 rods, only one is really strong enough to land a monster. If the lighter rod happens to hook a fish, I could be outgunned. That's a good fish. That's a good sized fish. This feels like a ray. Just my luck, the fish took the bait on the lighter outfit, which isn't really up to the job. This is bigger than the last one for sure. In Thailand, a giant ray snapped a rod that wasn't right for the job, something I really don't want to happen again. On the limit of what this gear can hold, really. Yeah, that's moving, it's moving. Plus, it looks like the river bottom is littered with dead trees. One snag, and this fish is gone. I'm off a very snaggy island at the moment. If we can just slowly go down in the current, then we're clear of that, and we're then adjacent to a beach. And also the current's slack there. We can just very slowly coax it into shallow, slack water. Because the ray took the bait on the weaker rod, I have limited pulling power, so I'm in for the long haul. It's now been on well over an hour. At last, I've got past the piranhas, catfish and dorado.
but the creature on the end of my line might be twice my size, and it isn't going to give itself up easily.
2 hours and 10 minutes now.
This is becoming a war of attrition. Which will crack first, the ray, the rod, or me?
Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes.
After 11 grueling days of fishing, I've hooked what could be the biggest totally freshwater river monster I've ever had on my line.
It feels like it has come unstuck from the bottom a couple of times, but it's just most of the time it's just a dead weight. Every now and again there's a slight movement, it rises, and then it sort of sticks down again.
Rays stick themselves to the bottom. Prying them off is like pulling the plug out of the river.
This just feels like a dead weight, a dead weight. That could be in a tree, it could be in a tree.
It's using all its bulk and the flow of the river to defeat me.
What I'm going to do, I'm just going to take the boat upstream a little bit, and I'm just going to apply some pressure just from the other side, because if it is in a snag, possibly, if I can just get a different angle on it.
Jose has to maneuver very precisely in the strong current.
That's the tail hitting the line, tail hitting the line.
With a fish like this, I'm not in control. All I can do is react.
Three hours.
This is my longest battle ever, beating even the South African bull shark that took 2 hours and 45 minutes. My back and arms are now burning.
That is fish, I think. That is fish, that is fish, that is fish, that is fish moving.
It's back. My manoeuvre worked.
So a bit of tactics there. Nothing was happening, nothing. And I think it might have just hooked the line round a branch, so we just changed the angle of the pull slightly. Look at that, there it goes, there it goes, there it goes. That's good, that's good.
I want to get it to the beach where I can handle it safely, but that means coaxing it 200 yards further downstream.
We've got it literally just 10, 15 feet from the bank.
As the creature tires, I have it exactly where I want it.
There it is, 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 there it is!
Finally, after perhaps the most punishing battle I have ever had, I land one of the biggest, strongest, and most alien freshwater fish I've ever seen.
The thing I really want to do with this one, though, is get a close look at the tail. I mean, obviously not too close.
And to think this is a fish that until recently I didn't even know existed. The Chucho de Rio is unlike any other ray I've come across.
Okay, nearly 53 inches.
Which would make it easily 250 pounds. But what really makes this species stand out is that it is a killer, with a weapon as brutal as a medieval mace, like a club fortified with rusty nails, which it drives in with its massive bulk.
I might have to just kneel on top of the animal. Okay. That's what I wanted to look at. The dead animal I saw had its tail chopped off. This one has its sting intact. It's got two stings on there. And also by the look of it, you know, this can come a long way on either side. It's also very flexible. So I wouldn't want to get anywhere near this. Time to put this back in the water. My arms are just aching so much. I've been fishing solid for 11 days. If this feels anything like I do, it's very tired. What I'm about to do now is actually very significant because this is a fish, and I always like to return fish alive, but this is a fish where, you know, the locals don't give it any quarter.
This stingray has evolved to survive in totally fresh water. In fact, it is now thought to be incapable of living in the sea.
Just bent over it here, I'm just not seeing the shape of the fish at all. I've just got this huge broad back with this amazing pattern on it. As fish go, it has to be one of the strangest fish there is, and in a river as well, you know, the size of this thing.
I've been fishing the world's rivers now for 4 decades, but landing a monster like this makes me wonder what else is out there, still to discover. I'm Jeremy Wade, biologist and monster wrangler. I've spent the last 25 years travelling the globe bringing in these giants.
There it is! Look at that for a fish!
Much of this time was in Brazil, where I've caught many monsters before.
Red belly piranha.
I'm back to investigate a new story about a triple homicide.
And the people who fell in the water actually disappeared.
This is like no creature I've tackled before.
But this thing is different. It has invisible powers.
Chasing this monster takes me into the heart of Brazil's rugged frontier, where people fear for my life.
He says it will kill you, no two ways about it.
And it leads to possibly the strangest monster catch of my career. I've chased river monsters all over the world, but I've always considered Brazil my second home.
There's the fish! There's the fish!
This is where I've done most of my fishing.
Look at this!
Catching all manner of freshwater killers. I've been drawn back by a chilling story about the death of a group of cowboys. I've heard of a river monster taking an individual before, but never 3 people at once. This is a new killer for me. My journey begins in Brazil's Wild West. Pará State is cowboy country and outsiders rarely visit. But I'm on my way to meet an eyewitness to the cowboys' deaths. I'm travelling by boat along the Tocantins River so I can start fishing immediately and see what killers are in this area. During the wet season, this river is connected to the place where the cowboys died, so the monster could have escaped into these waters. I don't know yet what could be down there, so I have to be prepared for anything.
Just going to use a short sea fishing boat rod. This is gear that would hold a fish of 100 pounds, but it would also pick up something that might be just 1 or 2 pounds. So sort of compromise fishing gear for, just general purpose fishing. I don't really know what I'm likely to encounter down there. This is actually a fish I bought down the market this morning. It's just a tasty, scaly fish. I'm just going to cut the tail off and use that, I think. It's a big river, this, and so what you're not doing is casting at random because the fish won't be distributed at random. But what we've got here is quite turbulent, and it's also moving back on itself near the bank, so it's the kind of place where food coming down the river would settle, and that's going to cause the small fish to congregate and then right on up the food chain. One thing at the bottom.
It's not long before I get my first bite.
Oh, okay. I think something's nibbling that. Yep. That's a piranha. It's a black piranha.
The black piranha is the largest of the piranha family, growing up to 1.5 feet long. A mouth full of razor-sharp teeth has given piranhas a fearsome reputation. And it's well earned. 2 years ago, I found a story about a young boy who was devoured by piranhas in front of his grandparents.
All they got in was bones.
It's unlikely that piranhas would have killed all 3 cowboys, but I know from experience that you've got to keep an open mind. Only eliminating a suspect after you've heard all the evidence, which is why I'm meeting a witness tomorrow. Before I track him down, I'll see what other potential suspects are here. It must be a predator's paradise down there. Within minutes, something else has grabbed my bait.
Oh.
This feels much bigger than a black piranha.
Gosh, this is strong. This is strong. It's rising up in the water. There it is. Oh, it's a ray. It's a ray. The size of that.
This is the first spotted river ray I've ever caught. I've come across stingrays before. In Thailand, I've seen how they can seriously injure people. I want to take a closer look, but I'm not sure how to safely haul it into the boat.
My worry with this fish is getting too close to it. Oh,
its tail has a venomous spike 5 inches long, which could whip round and stab me as I pull it in. Taking it to shore and pulling it onto the bank is the best option. On close inspection, I'm reminded that this can kill as well.
That spine there, very dangerous. It's just like a knife, 5 inches long. That would go in your flesh very easily, be very painful. And actually, if that's in the wrong part of your body, that could puncture an artery, that could be fatal. And these here, look at those, they don't look very nice either.
Like piranha, this is an unlikely suspect for killing 3 people at the same time. But I'll need to hear the witness's account before I can take it off the list. I've arranged to meet him near where the deaths occurred, just outside the small town of El Dorado. For the last leg of my journey, I leave the boat behind and drive cross-country. I'm comfortable in the Brazilian rainforest, but this area is unfamiliar to me, and I'm not sure what to expect. The whole area was cleared decades ago by ranchers and gold prospectors. All the wild animals were chased out or killed, making it safe for livestock and humans. But it seems that a deadly water predator has managed to cling on. The cowboys' deaths are still raw in the minds of many, and I've been refused access to where they died. I meet the witness, Reginaldo, at a nearby farm instead. He tells me that it happened during the wet season, when the pastures were flooded. A mule had become stuck in the water. Reginaldo and 5 other cowboys tried to rescue it.
What they had to do was actually sort of go in and just try and pull the animal out.
The first 3 cowboys went into the water. Reginaldo and the others hung back. As the first horses got up to their bellies, something startled them. All 3 cowboys were thrown into the water. The others immediately got out, before it was too late.
No, I just asked why he didn't just jump straight in to try and help them, and he said something told me there was something in the water, it wasn't safe. Didn't want to be number 4, the 4th victim. People who fell in the water actually disappeared, and we're talking water that was, it sounds like 3 or 4 feet deep.
Hoje eu não esqueço, quando eu falo isso assim, eu fico assim até meio emocionado, não gosto nem de estar, sabe?
No, I asked him what that leaves him feeling like. This was 6 years ago that it happened, and he said it's left this sort of a lingering sadness from having lost his colleagues.
Reginaldo's story helps me eliminate some potential suspects. Piranhas can definitely be taken off the list. When piranhas attack, it's an unmistakable feeding frenzy, with the water looking as though it's boiling. But Reginaldo saw only a calm surface. Also, from Reginaldo's account, stingrays can be struck off the list. If the cowboys had been fatally stabbed by rays, there would have been huge amounts of blood in the water, which he didn't see. Reginaldo has his own theory about the killer's identity. He's given me the name of a terrifying new suspect for the cowboy killer, a creature I've heard about but never encountered. The electric eel.
No, he says, although he didn't actually see anything, I mean, he is pretty certain that, you know, this was electric eels that caused these 3 men to die.
I have a prime suspect, a monster said to have mythical powers, and one I always feared I might encounter. Now I have to try to catch one. Known locally as poraqué, the electric eel isn't actually an eel at all. It's a member of the knifefish family. They can be found throughout the Amazon and Orinoco river basins. They can grow to over 8 feet long and deliver a charge that's enough to light up a house. But is this enough to shock a human being to death? I've heard stories about electric eels killing people before, but they've never been proven. I've also heard of murderers blaming electric eels to cover their misdeeds. But could an eel really kill 3 people at one time? I have my doubts. There are many other animals in these waters that are documented killers, such as anacondas and caimans. Victims of these predators bear the telltale marks of bites or strangulation, clues that help identify the culprit. A victim of electrocution would have no such marks. My job now is to find out what state the cowboys' corpses were in when they were recovered. To do this, Reginaldo has put me in contact with a man called Hermes.
Oh, bom dia. So, Jeremy. Oh.
He discovered the bodies the next day.
E aí nós fomos lá para ajudar.
He tells me that the grim search for the 3 bodies started where the cowboys disappeared.
Foi muita gente para procurar e muita gente que a gente tinha canoa, eu e meu irmão, né?
They actually got boats with motors in the water and they were driving those around to create a disturbance.
The wash from the propellers would churn up anything lying below the surface.
De dente, não tinha nada de dente, nada de...
There were no bite marks or anything like that on the bodies.
Having no bites is in line with the prime suspect being an electric eel.
Estavam tipo assim,
And Hermes has one final revelation about the recovered bodies.
All 3 had their hands clenched, and inside the hands were sort of weed or grass from the bottom of the water.
Clenched hands are a telltale clue. When a person receives a large electric shock, the body's muscles begin to spasm, which could explain why the cowboys died with their hands clenched. This is all strong evidence that an electric eel might be responsible for the cowboys' deaths. But I wonder how much real proof I'm going to find. I've got to catch one and see for myself what these fish are capable of. Normally I can see what I'm up against: massive teeth, cavernous mouths and tails that can fatally stab you. The electric eel's invisible powers make it unlike any fish I've gone after before. I'm hoping to gain some local knowledge at the town's fish market. The people here are those most likely to have come up against them. Everywhere I look are toothy, dangerous fish, but electric eels aren't on the menu.
Fishermen don't fish for them, but the reason they don't fish for them is that they say the shock is very powerful. And when I asked, well, how would I fish for one? He said, actually, I don't know. I mean, nobody, this thing gives a shock that can kill you. Nobody fishes for it. Nobody actually, well, he can't tell me how I'd actually go about that. He says, the actual shock, the severity of it is like putting your fingers into a power socket in your house. In fact, he says he would rather put his fingers in the power socket than touch one of these fish.
Electric eels, or poraqué, have been striking fear into people's hearts since long before Europeans arrived in the 16th century. Before electricity was understood, Brazil's indigenous Tupi people told of a warrior who carelessly dropped a lightning bolt on an eel, giving the fish its mysterious power. In reality, it's the eel's specially adapted muscles that generate the large shocks. But does this electricity kill somebody outright, or do they drown after being paralyzed? When I tell people about my mission to catch one, they're in no doubt about what will happen to me, one way or the other.
He says it will kill you, no two ways about it. No, don't mess with it, basically, don't mess with it. When I said, is it strong enough to kill, he said, yeah, absolutely, no doubt about it. It's looking like it could be a bit of a mission.
I would normally try to apprehend my suspect at the scene of the crime. But quite apart from the ranch owner's sensitivities, I'm here at the height of the dry season. The water levels have dropped, and the spot where the cowboys died is now just pasture. All the fish are now concentrated in the remaining water, in theory making them easier to find. It's possible that the monster could have moved into the nearest big river, the Araguaia. One thing is playing on my mind. Since nobody fishes for electric eels, I haven't been able to get any advice on how to catch them. I've been warned they're elusive and tend to show up when least expected. One of the few accounts I've come across of electric eels being caught is from the 19th century, when explorer Alexander von Humboldt wanted one for some experiments. His method was to force some horses into a lake that was infested with them. He assumed they would use up all their electricity shocking the horses, leaving him free to pick them up afterwards without getting harmed. After 2 minutes, 2 horses were already dead. When Humboldt thought the eels had discharged all their electricity, he waded in to pick one up. At that point, he didn't know that they're capable of shocking for over an hour, and he received a very nasty jolt. All I can realistically do is put a bait in the water and hope an electric eel takes it before something else does.
The thing is, there's loads of predators in these waters, so I've got a bait on the bottom here, but there's lots of other species that could pick it up. There's no way really to single out the electric eel. I know I'm doing the right thing to catch one, but something else could beat it to the bait.
Because I don't want to get a nasty shock when I catch an electric eel, I'm taking some precautions. The nylon line I'm using won't conduct electricity, so I'll be safe while bringing it in. Then, once I get it to the boat, I have a thick pair of rubber boots and gloves, which means I'll be able to handle it without getting shocked. We've attracted a pod of Amazon River dolphins.
You might think that they're going to take a nice tasty dead fish
but actually they have this echolocation ability, which is a bit like X-ray vision, and they know that there's a hook there and they won't take it.
But there's something big down there that hasn't sensed the hook.
Good size fish, good size fish.
Is this the electric eel I've been looking for? Whatever it is, it's putting up a powerful fight.
I don't think this is an electric eel. It's too strong.
The back 4/5 of an electric eel's body is mostly used to produce electricity. It doesn't have the muscle to put up a struggle like this.
Oh yeah, see the bubbles coming up? That's a big red-tailed catfish, big red-tailed catfish.
Out of the water, it gulps in air, blowing it out through its gill flaps.
Got it. This is what they call a pirarara here, which is, well, in English we call it red-tailed catfish, very, very obvious reason. And, I mean, just a wonderful coloration it's got as well. Dark back, this very clear line between the dark and the light. This mottling of brown spots as well. Very strong fish, but it tends to not have the stamina. But, I mean, another thing to remark about this fish, it's about 1/3 of the body is head, huge head. Very capacious mouth. It's got loads of small teeth, so that's really just for gripping. If it gets a fish that it can't totally inhale all at once, oops, with the muscular jaw and those teeth, you know, it's not going to get away. Look at this. This river is just full of predators. There's a big chunk of fin missing there.
I get the fish back in the water so it can recover before I let it go.
But this proves my point, what I was saying earlier on. You throw a bit of dead fish in this river and there's anything that could take it. You know, it could be an electric eel, that's what I was hoping for, but you know, it could just as likely be one of these red-tailed catfish.
That was a great catch, but unfortunately it's not the fish I'm after. I need to find out more about electric eels, anything about them which may help me catch one. I'm meeting up with a fish expert from the University of Pará, Dr. Jonathan Reddy. He has a couple of specimens in a tank, so I can get my first proper look at an electric eel.
These fish are using their electric capability all the time. They're constantly sending out little pulses.
Smaller eels like these deliver a less powerful shock than the larger ones, but they can still pack a punch. Wearing protective rubber gloves, Jonathan shows me this by hooking one up to a bank of LEDs. It lights them up using muscles that have been modified into thousands of special cells, which work in a similar way to AA batteries. Each individual cell generates around 1/10 of a volt, but when they all fire together, a large pulse is produced. It uses this high voltage to shock prey and for defense.
So this voltage is, just for a very short while, 400, 500 volts. The bigger eels, then they're known to be up to 600 volts, or maybe even above.
That's almost the same as the voltage produced by a heart defibrillator. Electric eels also generate a low energy pulse of around 10 volts, which they use to survey their surroundings, helping to compensate for their poor eyesight. It can see, even in muddy water, by using its electroreceptors to detect distortions in its electrical field. A pulse is emitted every few seconds, and these can be picked up by placing electrodes in the water and amplifying the signal.
There you see a wave of signals as they try and work out what's going on.
So my finger in there wouldn't feel this, it's only...
You wouldn't feel this.
Small, orienting pulses are harmless. but the bigger shocks are up to 65 times more powerful and can travel through water.
When they're about to stun something, do you get much
Yes.
warning if they're going to do that? Do I hear a...
You will get some kind of warning, but it might not be too much for you to react in time. There you go. No problems.
No shock this time. I'm hoping this equipment will help me locate them in the wild. Electric eels are proving to be very elusive, and rivers have too many places to hide. So I'm changing my tactics.
This river goes up and down a lot during the course of a year, and I'm actually here right at the bottom of the dry season. And in fact, on the rocks, it's possible to see the high water mark, which is about 10 or 15 feet up on what it is now. But what this means is that this time of the year, a lot of bits of water in the floodplain, which are normally connected to the river, become isolated, become separated. So we've got separate lakes, and people have been saying, actually, rather than the river, that's where you should be looking. The trouble is getting in there. Normally you could take your boat in, but in the dry season, they're going to have to find a way to drag the boat to the water.
A farmer called Milton gives me and my boat a lift. He knows the perfect place where eels could be trapped. It's 3 miles inland from the Araguaia. Electric eels come up for air every 10 to 15 minutes. They get 80% of their oxygen by absorbing it through blood vessels in the mouth. If I pick up a signal and wait, I'll know I'm in the right position to spot one when it comes up to breathe.
Oh, there was something just surfaced, made some rings just by that bit of wood there, which could have been an electric eel coming up for air.
I'm not hearing anything. I've swept the entire lake with no success.
Well, this equipment worked very well in the tank, but it's not really picking up anything here that I can recognise as being definitely electric eel. So I think I'm going to return to doing what I know best, and that is getting a line in the water.
Next to the lake is a small pond. Milton tells me it's full of a toothy fish called Triera, which he says is good for bait. He gives me a bamboo rod to catch them as the locals do.
Most fishing, you're being quite stealthy. You're creeping up, you're putting the bait in the water quietly. Triera are very inquisitive. They lie in shallow water, and if they hear a sound, rather than head in the opposite direction, they actually come and investigate. That's a Triera. Those teeth are probably almost as vicious as the piranhas. There's a bit gap-toothed, but those teeth are very sharp. That's a start towards getting some bait.
Unlike electric eels, Triera are proving incredibly easy to catch.
They're also very slippery. It's like a bar of soap with teeth. Oh!
Progress stops when my hook gets caught on an underwater branch. I'm not prepared for what I find at the end of my snagged line. I leap out of the water because I think I've just stumbled across one of these deadly creatures.
Here. Here.
But it's a case of mistaken identity.
It's actually not an electric eel, that is an eel.
This is a musum. It may look like a true eel, but it is in fact another elongated fish.
For a moment there, I was worried. I saw this long snake-like thing on the line, and I wasn't hanging around to have a closer look. I was out of the water. If this was an electric eel this size, that could be potentially fatal. strange sort of admission to make. I'm actually glad that wasn't the fish that I was after.
I'm not having much luck catching an electric eel. It's proving far harder to find than I expected. But I've gotten word of another attack, and I'm heading out to investigate. It happened in 2007 on a farm near Villanova, where a 21-year-old farm worker called Francisco died in a small pond. I've travelled there to meet up with his friend Fernando, the only witness to Francisco's last moments.
Ficou só ele em casa. Eu tava só com uns 15 dias que tinha chegado lá, que tinha conhecido ele.
Francisco had only been working at the farm for 2 weeks when he decided to go fishing in a nearby pond.
Vamos, bora entrar? Perigoso aí. Não, não vou entrar não. Tu entra
Não vamos.
Fernando warned him about the electric eels he'd seen there, but Francisco carried on anyway.
They were fishing with a sort of basket. You go in the water and you run this along the bottom of the pond, and then you see if you've got any fish in the basket.
Da água assim, o corpo dele tava todo fora. Ele tava com isso assim dentro da água.
And he said, you know, they tried a couple of times, hadn't caught anything. Fernando was staying on the bank. He didn't want to get in the water.
On the third scoop of the basket, Francisco disappeared.
And so what he did, he ran for help, came back with 2 other people, and when they got there was no sign of anybody, no sign of Francisco.
They started searching for his body by dragging a wooden hoe through the water.
O corpo do porco era...
Tava enrolado nele.
Eventually, Francisco's body rose to the surface, with a macabre addition.
Levou choque na mão também. Depois...
The body of the eel was wrapped round the boy's body. Only when it was pulled right into the shallows did it actually then disappear back into the water. Now, Fernando say that, like me, you know, he'd heard stories that this is a fish that's capable of killing people, but he didn't really believe that, hadn't heard anything very definite. And so when he saw what actually did happen, he said he almost didn't believe it. I've never heard of a situation of someone being killed by a fish in such a small volume of water. But the other thing that really struck me was that, unlike the case of the 3 cowboys who were killed, I mean, here there was absolutely no doubt what animal was responsible. There was a 100% positive ID. You know, this was an electric eel that killed Francisco.
Finally, clear evidence of an electric eel causing a human death. What I don't know, though, is whether victims drown after being shocked or die from electrocution. I've tracked down Dr. Ivo Panovic, the pathologist who performed Francisco's autopsy.
De matar ser humano é capaz mesmo?
Eu creio que sim.
So I just asked Dr. Panovic, you know, simple question, is the electric eel capable of killing a human being? And the answer, a very clear yes.
He goes on to tell me exactly how Francisco died.
It sounds like it was actually the heart was stopped. So instead of actually contracting strongly to circulate the blood, it had gone into some kind of fibrillation. In that kind of situation, you know, drowning is almost secondary. The immediate cause of the death was the electricity of the fish.
This is exactly the evidence I've been searching for, that electric eels can kill a person outright. Now there's only one thing left to do: catch the culprit, without ending up on Dr. Ivo's slab. The locals tell me electric eels lurk here. I'm wearing my protective rubber boots and the rubber gloves are on standby in case I catch one.
Just seen something surface.
I've also ditched my carbon fibre rod in favour of a bamboo pole. Perfect for small ponds like this, and with the added advantage that it won't conduct electricity.
It's actually a very spooky place to fish, and just putting the sort of finishing touch on that is that sound in the background. I mean, if you didn't know what that was, I think you might well just pack up and go home. In fact, it's howler monkeys. Very weird, frightening sound. This Triera, oops.
Once again, aggressive Triera are proving no problem to catch.
I actually thought that might have been an electric eel because the take was not characteristic of Triera. Triera normally it's a very sort of jagged, quick take. That was quite fiddly and the line going out slowly, so I thought that might have been an electric eel, but another Triera.
I'm becoming increasingly frustrated because the final question still lingers. Is one eel capable of killing 3 men? Little is known about electric eel behaviour, so just seeing one in the wild, never mind catching one, might help me answer this last question.
I know now that this is an animal that's capable of killing people. It's got nothing to fear from other animals, and at times it certainly seems to be pretty bold, but, you know, where are they? I think, you know, I've got to give this some real serious thought about what I do now if I'm actually to succeed in catching one of these things.
The electric eel's elusiveness isn't the only thing going against me. It was on a night like this when, according to Tupi legend, the ancestral electric eel received its heaven-sent powers, when a lightning bolt was dropped on it. But the rain that's falling for the first time in months is about to make my job much harder. Soon the eels will no longer be concentrated in the shallow, dry season ponds.
I was getting close, but with this, you know, it could mean that my window of opportunity is rapidly closing. It could actually be too late. This could ruin it. This could mean that I actually don't find my electric eel.
The water is rising, and all the small ponds and waterways are starting to link up again, allowing the eels to disperse. This makes an already elusive creature nearly impossible to find. My best option is to travel east, to where the rains haven't yet hit. I head for a village where I've heard a story about a young boy dying in the same way as Francisco, meaning there must be electric eels there. On arriving, I find out that a dog was shocked just an hour ago in a nearby pond. This could be my chance to see an electric eel in the wild.
Ah! There's one here.
I'm too late. People from the village have killed it.
I mean, it's never nice to see an animal that's been killed. You know, this one's got a machete cut halfway through its body.
It's amazing that such a small volume of water could harbour a lethal electric eel 6 feet long.
So the dog was shocked somewhere down the far end, and apparently it was sort of struggling, swimming up towards this end, and there was a lad here who was able to pull it out of the water. Then, you know, went and got help, and basically, you know, they wanted this thing out of here. Although it's a bit disturbing, you can understand why they want to do this. This animal can kill you, so best to take no chances and kill it before it kills you. Ah.
Sorry, they're just saying there's another one in there. And in fact, I thought I saw other ripples myself of a big animal. They want to make sure this water is empty of electric eels. So they start to drain the pond by hand. It's interesting, a lot of the places where I go where people live next to dangerous fish, they have a sort of an attitude of coexistence. They don't have the idea that they've got to go out and try and kill them all. This is an animal they are very afraid of, and they just don't want them here. If there's any chance of getting rid of them, you know, they will do what they can to get rid of them. As the water level gets lower, the tension starts to rise. The eel is now in only a few inches of water, but it's still proving elusive. You know, I've been hearing that you can get very large animals living in small amounts of water, and this is a very small bit of water. So, although this time I was too late, you know, I think this is the kind of place possibly where I'm going to find an eel for myself still alive. They're so desperate to get rid of it that they risk getting electrocuted themselves. Right, he thinks there's actually one down here. He got a bit of a shock poking the machete down into this hole here. When the electric eel finally reveals itself, it's killed without any hesitation. This time, it's only 4 foot long. It's no surprise that I've had such a hard time finding an electric eel. It's taken 20 people a couple of hours to find just one in here. I travel further east, ahead of the rains. I fish as I go, but I'm still catching everything but an electric eel. This is a thing called a fidalgo. It's a type of catfish, not an electric eel. My last hope is an area just southwest of Marabá, where it's still tinder dry and fires are burning everywhere. The water here is at its absolute lowest. And at daybreak, I'll have the best chance I'm going to get before the rains sweep in. After asking around, I get a promising lead about a tiny pool right in the middle of cattle pasture. It's more like a mud puddle. The last place I'd expect to find a river monster. Finally, after 10 days of searching, a giant electric eel is right in front of me. That looked like just one of these branches, one of these roots. That is an electric eel. It's a big one. Now I've got to work up the nerve to catch it. I'm just making a bit of a trench. From my point of view, it'll be easier to handle if there's some kind of sort of notch that it's in rather than it's being able to slip and slide all over the place. My normal capture method would be useless in water this shallow, so out goes the rod and in comes a lasso, fitting for cowboy country. Because electric eels don't rely on physical strength, pulling it out of the water shouldn't be that hard. But not getting shocked will be. So protective clothing is essential. We've got a plan. The plan is not so much to sort of go after the head with the noose, but to position that and then get it to go through the noose. Just taking a few deep breaths because one slip and it could be very nasty indeed. Need to be so focused and so careful about this. An eel this size can deliver a shock of 650 volts. That's enough to stop my heart in seconds. First go, amazing, first go. Electric eels can keep on shocking out of water, but the rubber gloves we're wearing protect us from this.
Oh, look at the colours on this thing. These are wonderful. I've got to give it a clean. That is, it's doing a sort of, it looks like a muscle contraction, spasm almost. That's when it's actually shocking.
Because electric eels get most of their oxygen from breathing air, they can stay out of water for long periods of time.
That's 5'10.5". That's pretty much exactly the same as me.
This is exactly the same size as the eel that killed Francisco, the 21-year-old man who died in the tiny pond near Villanova. If I wasn't wearing these rubber gloves, I could be dead too. It's over 100 degrees and I don't want the fish to overheat, so time it went back in the water. The pond may be shallow at the moment, but the rains are not far behind me. The waters will soon rise, giving this eel the freedom to roam once again.
My search led me to this tiny drying out puddle. I mean, the water in there is barely 6 inches deep. It's the last place you'd expect to find a river monster, but that's where it was. There's more, there's more, there's more. There's not just this big one. There's, again, it looks like wood, but it started moving. We were watching it, and it looks like there's actually several, but smaller, right in with these roots here. I've just never seen anything like this before. It's like a tangle of bodies. I'm just trying to count the heads. The more I look, the more I see. I was thinking 10 or a dozen. I think there could be 20 down here.
This is an incredible discovery and answers the final question about how the cowboys died. I believe a group of electric eels like this was trapped in a pool over the dry season. When the rains came, the water levels got higher until the eels could all leave into the swelling waterways. It was in these waterways where the trio of unlucky cowboys came across them, after their startled horses threw them into the water. Each one of these eels could deliver a fatal shock, so a group of 20 would easily be capable of killing the cowboys. This journey has once again proved to me that there's no end to lethal river monsters, and that they can be found anywhere. Who knows where I'll find one next? My name is Jeremy Wade, and I hunt monsters. River monsters. I'm always on the alert for new information, new leads, and new investigations.
I've received a tantalising report. It's a story about a fish apparently attacking a diver, but there are frustratingly few details. And that's no wonder, because this story comes from a remote country in South America, a country called Suriname.
But from what I've heard, this is not the work of South America's most notorious river monster, the piranha. So what is it? Can there really be a fish that pound for pound can challenge the piranha?
Here we go.
For the title of the most ferocious river monster of South America.
There's only one way to find out.
In pursuit of river monsters, I've travelled to the four corners of the globe. Suriname is one place I've never had cause to visit, until now. I've come to investigate the possibility that although everyone knows the notorious piranha, there may be a fish out here that has an even more fearsome reputation. Suriname is South America's best-kept secret. It is the smallest country on the continent with a population of only 500,000 people, but it can boast the largest continuous area of unspoilt rainforest in the world. Once a Dutch colony, it is a true melting pot of nationalities and cultures. The majority of the sparse population live along the coast. So the deeper into the country you go, the further you are from the civilized world. I have been to remote places before, but this is of a new order. If things go wrong out here, there is little hope of being rescued. I never need an excuse to fish. But actually, this is a good way to check my gear. I'm always relieved that it has survived the journey. Fishing is a good way to absorb the atmosphere of a new country. Suriname is only 4 degrees above the equator. In November, the temperature is constantly high and it can reach 90% humidity. After a few hours in the sun, all I have to show for my exertions is sweat. But at least I'm getting acclimatized, as I fear the adventure that lies ahead is not going to be easy. But first, I have to meet the victim in the story, the man who was attacked by this mystery fish. I've arranged to meet him where the attack happened, at the dam 2 hours out of the capital, Paramaribo. The dam was built on the Suriname River and completed in 1964. Creating one of the largest man-made lakes in the world, called Brokopondo, on the banks of which I meet Maurice Gans, a local man of Dutch descent. What was your job on the dam at the time?
We're asked to dive to see the erosion from the downstream for big holes underneath. We pour in cement in big, large bags. So we go underneath there, start up the engine on top. The water becomes like mist. You cannot see anymore. Suddenly I saw something blinking. So I grab my knife and then he hits me. So fast, I pull out my hand. I don't know if the knife hits him. Then I start feeling and seeing the blood flowing. I realized I was bitten and very deep.
This was definitely not a piranha attack. They rush in snatching quick, savage bites. They don't cling onto their victims like a dog with a bone. Maurice's mutilated hand needed over 100 stitches, and even though it was 20 years ago, he still very much bears the scars.
Is this the scar here?
Yes, this is the scar from here to here, over this small finger, cuts here, and those are the tooths from the top.
It's hard to believe there's a freshwater fish that would launch a solo attack on a diver.
Did you know what fish it was?
It's an Anyumara.
Anyumara, also known as the wolffish, so called for its wolf-like teeth. These fish can grow to nearly 4.5 feet and weigh 80 pounds. They are serious predators. But I had until now never heard of one ever attacking a person. I wonder if Maurice ever had any other kind of close encounter while he was diving.
The only thing that we saw close behind us were piranhas.
Did that make you slightly nervous?
Not really, not really. But every time you do like this or you make a sudden move, they disappear.
They never came and took a nip out of any...
No.
So Maurice often saw piranhas, but they never ever came close. Unlike this lone wolf. This fish attacked, and if Maurice hadn't had his knife, who knows what could have happened. Could it be that the wolffish is more dangerous than the more notorious South American horror, the piranha? To find out, I need to confront one myself. I wonder if Maurice's monster still haunts this river. From experience, many river monsters have little regard for our modern world. I've caught them near dams and in cities. Will this monster be any different?
The attack on Morris was 20 years ago, and as far as I'm aware, nothing like that has happened in this place since. And also this place seems to be comparatively developed, so I'm not really sure if this is where I should be looking.
I persevere through the night, but with no luck. In the morning, I head back into town to Paramaribo, Suriname's capital city. I need to find out where wolffish can be found. I head downtown to the fish market to try my luck.
This looks like a small Anumara, small wolffish.
It's a kleine Anumara.
Small is a. Yeah, understand. This one isn't actually the Anumara. This is a small relative called here the Pataka. I've caught something very similar to this, maybe actually the same as this in Brazil. Those teeth are probably almost as vicious as a piranha's. They're also very slippery. It's like a bar of soap with teeth. It's the big one, a sort of scaled up version of this, which is what I'm looking for.
The wolffish I'm hunting are 10 times larger than these.
This one, Anumara. This is quite a surprise. I wasn't expecting to see this here. This is actually the fish I'm looking for. Hello, oh sorry.
Wolffish, it seems, are good eating. I ask where this fish came from, and the man tells me it was far away. But I don't leave the market empty-handed. I have procured the damaged head of a wolffish to examine later. I have also got the address of an old Anumara fisherman who lives in town.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Maybe he can tell me where to go to catch a wolffish. His name is Fritz van der Bosch. He shows me his old wolffish gear.
This is the reel that I get the most big Anumara.
So this is very strong line.
It may be outdated, but it's an impressive rig. And as we settle down to chat, he tells me of his own strange experience of being attacked by a wolffish.
A tree was falling over the creek and walk on the tree. And you might jumping to take my foot.
Yes. So your leg was out of the water?
The way you talk, I see you don't believe it, but it's danger, I tell you that. If the Anumara hungry, it's dangerous.
This story really puts the wolffish into a different league. I have never heard of a fish trying to attack someone on land before. And there's another, more chilling story.
I go tell you something. An Indian woman was going to wash on the creek. I had a little dog. I mean, you want to jump. Then take the dog. Turn back in the water and go with the dog.
Reptilian monsters, like anacondas and gators, are known to snatch dogs from the water's edge. But a fish, now I'm even more determined to find a wolffish.
No, it is not easy to catch Anumara because you get too much people hunting.
I mean, it sounds like what you need to do now is go a long way away.
Before it was easy to go in there.
So you can't just do a short fishing trip. You have to make an expedition, really.
Sure, you have that.
Okay.
It seems that people have driven out this aquatic wolf. It now exists only beyond civilization. To take it on, I'm now preparing to travel deep into Suriname's wild interior. Maybe there I'll find other stories of wolffish attacks that have just never made it out of the jungle alive. To find a monster more terrible than even the dreaded piranha. But to catch one, I must travel deep into the unknown. to a place where few people have ever been. Usually there are signs of human habitation dotted around, but out here there is nothing. I once survived a plane crash in Brazil and was lucky enough to walk to a nearby town. But out here, I wouldn't stand a chance. The landing strip is the only cleared patch of forest I have seen for nearly 2 hours. I wonder just what I've got myself into. Peter Sonneveld has a European name, but is 100% Surinamese. He will help me talk with the local people so I can collate any wolffish stories from this area. On the ground, the rainforest is as impressive as it is from the air, but our isolation is even more apparent. Not only are the heat and humidity oppressive, but our little group are possibly the only human beings in thousands of acres of tangled rainforest. At night, this place takes on an even more sinister character.
Well, it looks like we're just about here, but I'm not totally sure where here is, but it does sound like there's some serious water over here somewhere. But I'm going to have to wait until the morning to see exactly what I'm up against.
In all my years of fishing, this could be the most unspoilt and remote river that I've ever fished. The mighty Corentin River is 450 miles long and Suriname's largest. For most of its length, it is completely uninhabited and rarely explored. The river is punctuated by frequent crushing rapids and deep turbulent pools. There are vast granite boulders everywhere, some just under the water, others creating waterfalls. There are so many different fishing holes that I take every opportunity to get a bait or lure in the river, to cover as much water as I can. Different types of fish prefer different parts of the river. Having never hunted for wolffish here, I need to explore every likely fishing spot to see if I can discover the monster's lair. I'm using my short baitcaster rod for accuracy to get my eye in. Although it looks lightweight, this beauty with its strong braided line is capable of landing fish over 100 pounds. But there are more than just wolffish here. The Corentin is also home to the red-eyed piranha, one of the largest of its kind. This river really is the best place to compare these two toothy South American monsters.
That's a fish on. Fish on. Hey, fish off. Ah.
Suddenly, I'm getting action every cast.
Ah! When you get these things in, they are just so well hooked, and yet sometimes you hook one and somehow it just manages to get rid of the hooks. That's quite dramatic though. Short, but very, very dramatic. That's one on, that's one on. Let's see if I can keep this one on.
But is this a wolffish?
Haven't seen the fish yet. That is a piranha in the back. Foul hooked always feels bigger. Monster piranha. That is black in colour.
Just by looking at one, you can understand the piranha's reputation. But I've done experiments using myself as a guinea pig, and I've concluded that they're only dangerous to people in extreme circumstances. For piranhas, the mob rules. It's death by 1,000 cuts, and for that, they have no equal. But I'm comparing wolffish with piranhas one against one, and having now seen the piranhas they have to compete with, I'm even more wary about meeting a wolffish. Although I know there are piranhas around, I need to cover as much water as possible, even if it means wading. As a rule, I want to get a fish in as quickly as possible.
Yep, good sized fish.
This ensures that when I release it, it still has plenty of energy, so it can recover more quickly. But this is not a wolffish.
It's called a peacock bass. Lovely fish, that. And the reason it's called a peacock bass, in English anyway, is that eye spot on the tail. And if they're lying in the water with their heads down like that, that really does look like an eye, and any predatory bird could easily mistake that for an eye. It really is very effective when this is underwater. Big mouth, predatory, cichlid this, but lovely fish. I don't want to have it out too long. I'll just admire it for a minute or two.
I wonder if, like wolves, the fish I'm after are nocturnal hunters. So I continue fishing into the night, but it's too risky to move around. There are too many hazards and dangers that could send me into the dark water. So I change tactics and stick to the shore. I'm fishing with a big bait cast into the stream. Fish on. But it's just another monster piranha.
It's supposed to be asleep now, but there's always one. There's always one.
It's November, and the rainy season is fast approaching. Carbon fibre rods make excellent lightning conductors. I don't know how long I can stay out here. Luckily, something picks up the bait. It feels big, much bigger than anything I've hooked so far. The question is, do I have one on the end of my line?
Okay. Right, that's a new species for here. That's a red-tailed catfish.
The local name for these fish is the motro tijali,
Right.
which translates as motor car on account of all the noises they make when out of the water.
Oops. Red-tailed catfish. It's another species that's active at night. Not what I was after, but it's quite interesting just to see a bit of variety here. It's a familiar species to me, but in a different part of South America. Bit of excitement, but the wrong kind of excitement.
I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Although I've not caught the wolffish I'm hunting, I have caught almost every other predatory fish that prowls these waterways, from monster red-eyed piranha to red-tailed catfish. Is there a trick that I'm missing in order to catch one of these elusive fish? But this time has also allowed me to prepare the wolffish skull that I got from the fish market in town.
First thing that's immediately apparent is that unlike a human skull, this here is a real three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle. It's going to take me quite a bit of fiddling around for me to reassemble this, to find out exactly what it is that I'm up against.
The size of this skull as it starts to come together is surprising. Considering it's from a fish no bigger than 10 pounds, imagine the jaws of a giant.
There it is. It might not be a museum quality reconstruction, but it does give a very good idea of the animal I'm going to be up against. Very, very hard, bony skull, fearsome fangs, and very big eye socket, so it's very clearly
sight predator. I mean, it really does look like some kind of dinosaur, but actually this thing was alive not very long ago, and there's more of them out there. I have now seen for myself that the wolffish is clearly well armed. But does it live up to its fearsome reputation? Over the next few days, I travel further and further, fishing as much as I can, to see if I can catch a live one to put this to the test. Oh, there's something at it, something's at it, something's at it, something's at it. Yeah, felt like piranha, and judging by the empty hook, that's what I'm thinking it was. Peter and I discussed tactics and locations. But I still have no wolffish for all the effort that I'm putting in. I can't help but feel there is a piece to this puzzle that I am missing. After several more days of trying with no success, my guide Peter suggests we visit the only village in the area and talk with the locals to see if they can give us the information that we need. The Trio tribe's village at Amotopo has no more than 20 huts. It is their only settlement on the Corentin River. They live with the wolffish, so they know it better than anyone. I'm hoping they will share some of its secrets with me. How dangerous exactly is the Anyumara? Artinho was hunting, and he came to a creek near here called Mosquito Creek. And there was a troop of monkeys crossing the creek. They were going to the furthest branch on one side, jumping across onto the furthest branch the other side, and the whole group of monkeys had jumped apart from the last one. One missed the branch, landed in the water. As soon as it hit the water, it was attacked by a wolffish and killed. Suddenly, the stories come thick and fast. So somebody was actually bitten on the arm. That speaks of a real sort of aggression. Artinho's uncle was hunting one day with his dog. Hunting dogs, when they're hunting, they're barking, barking, barking. Artinho's uncle found his dog dead in the creek with its stomach ripped open. And there's now another incident of somebody getting bitten, in this case on the thumb. So there's another 2 animals to add to the list. Snakes swimming on the surface and just being taken from below. There's a type of bird called an anamu. This is a bird that comes to the water to drink, and likewise that's just grabbed by one of these fish just lurking there in ambush. Is Artinho sort of, wary about getting in the water sometimes?
No, so he says he's not jumping in.
Yeah.
Because where people don't fish, the Anyumara just very raw aggression.
People outside South America, they know all about piranhas. Now, locally, a wolffish. This is a fish with a very big reputation. It's known to be very aggressive, and there are certain circumstances where they will literally rip anything apart that goes near them. Reptiles, birds, primates, even people. After listening to the Trio tribe, it's clear that having the weaponry is one thing, having the attitude is quite another. The wolffish is well equipped with both. But one thing still eludes me. Where do you find them? Salamoni agrees to take me fishing, but it's like no fishing I've done before. Straight away, we do something I wasn't expecting. Salamone leads me to a narrow creek, one that no one has been through for some time. We then take to the land and creep through the jungle.
Looks like we're following the course of a sort of a dried up sub-creek. So the chances are there's going to be a bit of a junction here. And that does look like the kind of place where you might find fish.
He fishes with a bow and arrow, the way his ancestors have for centuries.
Just stringing the bow. Just getting the tension in the bow. This is mimicking the sound of a water bird. So there's a little bit of disturbance on the surface, a little bit of whistling. The idea is this calls the wolffish in. I don't know if it's coincidence or what, but just seen movement on the surface, which looked very much like a wolffish. Oh, yes, 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 yes. Oh, it's on.
He missed it, but it has given me the last piece of this puzzle.
One thing very, very striking. That fish, when it came in, that was in very shallow water. And not just that, very, very tangly water. So this isn't a monster of the deep, this is a monster sometimes of the shallows. The fishing with a line is going to be very close quarters, and also these snags are going to present a real problem, not just in terms of getting a bait to a place where the fish can take it, but also if I get a heavy fish on, extracting it from all this stuff, you know, it's going to be very challenging. And who knows, that might even be at night, so this is going to be quite some fishing.
I decide to have a go myself, using the gear I'm accustomed to. I'm now using my larger fixed spool reel and a big chunk of bait, with a wire trace to stop any sharp teeth from biting through. I'm also trying to make some disturbance on the surface, like Salamone did, to see if it will attract any hungry wolffish.
No takes on the bait, no reaction to the popper. Looks a good spot, but doesn't seem to be anything at home. We've reached the end of the navigable stretch of this creek now. It's just this impenetrable tangle of branches now. So if we were to hack our way through that, we'd just disturb everything. You could hardly get a bait into the water. Anyway, very, very interesting fishing.
On our way back to the village on the main river, conditions are changing.
It may be nothing to worry about, this black cloud here, because the weather in the tropics, it can be very localized. You can see a storm over in one direction. Maybe it comes your way, you get wet, maybe it goes somewhere else.
But it seems to have passed us by, or so I think. With nothing for the pot, Salamone takes me on a detour to catch some fish for dinner.
I think this could be our spot here. So off the rocks, there's going to be a nice slack with eddies happening on the other side.
But out on this exposed island in the middle of the river, we are about to discover just how changeable and dangerous conditions are in the rainforest.
This is a classic example of pure fishing in a way. It's starting with absolutely nothing, just coming down with a couple of rods, no bait, and just poking around in these cracks to find crabs, and then a crab is pulled into pieces, and that's where we start from. And hopefully we turn that.
Me, should I take this off?
I would.
Yeah?
That light was right on top of the Salamone was standing in the water. He actually felt a shock. He got a shock through the water. Abandoning. We're getting in the
I thought we'd all escaped that lightning strike. The soundman on my crew didn't.
Our sound recorder has been hit, was actually struck on the head by that bolt of lightning. Chris, are you okay? Are you responding?
Yeah, I'm
good. Good. Right, we might need some first aid here. Let's go.
Quick.
How are you feeling?
Good, it just hit the top of my head.
Right. We're moving away from the storm now, so that's good.
Just a very big headache.
Right.
And a pain on
right.
the hip. But I think my boots took a lot of the...
What, you rubber soles, good. I've got a bit of a headache. James, who's behind the camera at the moment, has got a headache. I think it might have actually hit all three of us. Chris definitely got the brunt of it. I mean, very, very lucky for him. He was actually wearing thick rubber sole boots, so he's conscious, which is a huge relief. Right, we're arriving at the back at the camp. I suspect that the lightning bolt actually struck very close to where we were all standing. We all felt the effects of the strike, but Chris was obviously the closest. The remoteness of our location is now even more apparent. But thankfully, Chris's condition continues to improve, and within 12 hours he is once more back on his feet and eager to get me fishing again. So if you just tell me again, how far from here we're going? That night, Peter lays out his plans for us to head even deeper into the jungle, to try and reach some creeks that he believes will be the best places for us to catch a wolffish. But it will mean camping and being self-sufficient for several days in a place even more remote. So it's a bit of a trade-off. With all that has happened, it is a brave plan, and we decide to sleep on it. But I discuss it with the crew, and there is really only one decision. I'm actually going even more remote, if such a thing is possible. I figure that if I'm going to find a big wolffish, I'm going to need to go somewhere where even the trio don't normally go. The sheer size of the Corentin River is humbling. In places, it is over 2 miles wide, a confusion of tangled islands, channels, rocky outcrops, and narrow rapids. We are using a local boatman called Bonner, who knows the river well. Without him, I would quickly become lost in this watery maze. The jungle echoes with eerie calls and cries, but it is too impenetrable to reveal the creatures making the noise. 3 hours later, and with nothing but endless rainforest on either bank, we arrive at our new base camp. It's a collection of small tents on a sandbar on an island in the middle of nowhere. From here, I will carry out my campaign to catch a wolffish. I waste no time getting ready. And before the sun sets, we head out to the nearest creek to get our bearings. Wolffish, it seems, head up creeks during the wet season, dispersing into the flooded forest. But as the water recedes, they are forced back down towards the main river. It is then that they are at their easiest to find. I'm here in what should be the lowest water levels of the year. But straight away, it is apparent the conditions are not ideal. Very much mixed feelings on arriving at the camp. The thing that struck me immediately was that the water level is probably about 2 foot up on what we'd hoped for, what we'd expected, and what is ideal for catching the wolffish. Basically what that means is that the creeks are going to be that much fuller, so the fish aren't going to be concentrated, they're going to be spread up the creek. They won't be as hungry, they won't be as aggressive, so catching them is likely to be harder than I expected. But of course, I push on. Oh, look at this, the water's just fizzing away there. That is fish. The thing is,
it's almost impossible to cast into the middle of that. Oh, one turn from it. Ah! Is it there? No, it's, yeah. It's off. Damn! I saw the fish there. That was a peacock bass.
And I discover I'm not the only fisherman out here.
Just spotted a caiman just here amongst these branches, looking at me directly with this big eye. And I suppose I'm just about to go up the creek here. I'm just trying to get my eye in for spotting things in the water, so I'm quite pleased that I spotted that. I think the wolffish are going to be quite similar. It's going to be a case of looking for something just not quite right amongst lots and lots of tangled branches and weeds, that kind of thing.
I have now heard incredible stories of how fearless wolffish are. I have caught the huge piranha that they compete with in these rivers. I have travelled so far and risked so much, but to fall at the last hurdle would be a disaster. This creek is a really eerie place. A pool enclosed by rainforest in the heart of nowhere. I have never felt so tiny and remote. The fragility of my safety has never been so clear. And to make matters worse, I'm not alone. A caiman, South America's alligator. Large ones have been known to attack people. Although normally quite wary, this one is completely unafraid of me, testament to how far from people I have travelled. I don't want him to come too close, but it's no wonder he has made this creek his home.
It's piranha. That's off. Ah.
It's alive with piranhas.
It's actually very frustrating. Every bait I'm throwing out is getting attacked, but unfortunately it's by piranhas. Ah, piranha again. I'm hoping that as the light fades, they will become less active. But at the moment, I've got a dwindling supply of bait because the piranhas are just attacking it every time.
My best chance is to wait until night. Salamoni told me that once the sun sets, the piranhas run and hide, because that's when the wolffish come out to hunt. It seems the piranhas know who the real river monster is.
Fish on! Oh yeah.
I've finally got a wolffish on my line, but I'm not the only one with an eye on my catch.
There's a caiman right in front of me.
I do the only thing I can think of.
I'm going to try and just pull this up on the side.
With the worst possible result.
I was trying to pull the fish up on the side because the caiman was after it, and I've lost it. I've lost it. Damn! Should have had that fish. If that caiman hadn't been there, I'd have probably had that fish. What I was trying to do was just slide it up on the side here. Hook came out. Hey! Damn!
I can't risk going back, even though I know wolffish are there. Caiman are territorial, and it was certainly not afraid of me. It will be there again tomorrow without doubt, and next time it might not just go for the fish. A 7-foot caiman could easily attack, and a severe injury out here would have serious ramifications. But morning gives us another problem. Rain. The storm makes me and the whole crew nervous. We are nearing the end of the dry season, When the rainy season starts, two things will happen. First, the creeks will flood and the fish, already hard to find, will disappear into flooded forest, making them impossible to catch. Second, and possibly more important, we could become stranded. The airstrip is upstream and it's our only way home. If the water gets too high and fast, we will not be able to get out. It's a sobering thought, and it makes me look as much to the sky as I do to the water. And I certainly don't want to test the theory that lightning never strikes the same place twice. The new creek that I'm targeting is much narrower and even more surrounded with snags and tangles than the previous one. Oh, it's off. Nothing seems to be going my way. All my previous luck seems to have run out.
Let's put a bit of bait on here, not getting any response to artificials, so we're putting a lump of piranha on. There's been a couple of fish actually moving in here, one right underneath this tangle of branches. So it's fishing right in the middle of snags. In a place like this, if it gets even a few feet, it's wrapped itself around a branch. So I give it just enough line to take the bait properly, and then it's just try and haul it to the boat. There's been nothing moving here now for quite a while, so I think what I'll do, I'll go further up the creek and maybe drop in here later. Nothing doing here at the moment.
I use the large float that I've used before, but out in these creeks it's hard to know what is a fish and what is a snag. But these snags are more than just potential fishing hazards. With half-hidden roots and fallen trees, navigating this waterway at night is a disaster waiting to happen. And it seems every creek has its caiman. To make matters worse, I hear a rumble of thunder. My window of opportunity is about to slam shut. This could be my last chance to catch a wolffish.
Oh, wait, oh, off. No, I think that could have been a piranha that took it into a snag. I think it could be time to call it a night. These things are very active at the moment.
With the storm edging ever closer and hungry piranhas seemingly beating any wolffish to my bait, I'm considering calling it a night. But then I make a discovery.
Oh, wait a minute, I've got a scale here. I've got a scale. That looks like a small wolffish.
The storm is closing in, but so are the wolffish. I decide to fish on.
Here we go.
Finally, a strong take. It's a wolffish. The monster I've spent the past 3 weeks trying to catch.
Here we go.
And it's a big one.
Over she comes.
But fantastic, here we go. That's a result, that's a result, that's lovely. So here we are, this is the wolffish. And the stories I've heard about these, absolutely fearless. Anything comes near them, dogs, people, they'll go for it. So it looks quite gap-toothed, but actually, pull those lips back and you see they're very spiky fangs underneath there. The other thing about it is the fishing is just unlike anything I've done before. It's real guerrilla, close quarters, hand-to-hand combat almost. My quest for the wolffish has pushed me to my limits. Damn! It seems appropriate that I've had to push deeper and deeper into the greatest rainforest in the world to find the most savage and untamed river monster to date. The piranha gets all the press, but this guy delivers the goods. It's well-armed with a fearsome set of teeth, but it's also fiery and fearless, attacking animals and people, even out of the water. And I'm convinced this is the fish that possibly pound for pound is the toughest, most monstrous fish of South America. There it is, the wolffish. It's my turn to confront whatever lurks in the churning depths below the Kariba Dam. The clock is ticking.